Hi everyone, welcome back to PACE Summer 2023. Hope you all enjoyed the GeoGuessr speedrun that we just had. I thought it was pretty hype. And up next we've got Banjo-Tooie by iCup Speedruns. So sit down and relax. We've got a pretty long run for you guys. This is 100%, so we will be collecting all of the main collectibles in the game, all 90 jiggies, all 900 notes, 25 honeycombs, 25 Cheeto pages, 24 jam jars moves, 17 globos. iCup, did I get that right? Did I miss anything?
And defeat the final boss.
And defeat the final boss, Hag 1. Not necessarily in that order. You will see what we mean. But yeah, if you're ready to take it away.
Sure thing. Hello everyone, I'm iCup Speedruns, and this is Banjo-Tooie 100%. I've seen some messages in the chat there. I see that we'll get some donations if I know the first trick, so yeah. I've been running this category since 2016, and this is actually the first time that 100% is being shown at a live event. So I want to give a quick shout out to everyone at PACE for making this possible. The first thing you might notice here, I'm not actually starting on a fresh file, and that's because this run uses a trick called Jinjo pattern manipulation. We'll get more into that later. As Nerikis mentioned, this is a pretty long run, and we got quite a few cutscenes in this run that we can explain some stuff. So without further ado, we'll get this run started on go. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo.
Woo, let's get some
go.
hype.
Yeah, right off the bat, we got a slightly precise cutscene skip, so
Yeah,
let's get it.
We have money riding on this. Oh,
Looks
hey,
good.
We got
Woo.
it.
That is Klungo cutscene skip. And so normally you would be greeted by a cutscene of Klungo sort of calling you over to fight him, I guess, in this tunnel. But there he is. He's just kind of standing by the tunnel. And he will remain there, hopefully, for the remainder of the run. Because we will not ever want to watch that cutscene.
Production, if you could turn Nerikis up for me a little bit, I can't hear him at all.
Oh, dang.
But here we have the first boss of the game right away. It's Klungo. Even though we just skipped his cutscene and we saw him standing outside the tunnel, he's just in here magically. He's gonna throw one of 3 potions at us, either red, blue, or green. Okay, we got red. That's nice and safe for a run. It's the slowest potion to get, but I'll definitely take that for a marathon run. So the red potion.
Yeah, he just gets big, and the reason it's the slowest is just because his growing animation is a little bit slower than the other moves that he could use against you. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty decent, safe to get it as a first Klungo boss fight because he also like jumps quickly over to you, so you can just instantly set up at the exit gate over here and poop a couple of eggs, and you'll always run into them.
Yeah, we can set up for a push here. We can get pushed by Klungo during the cutscene to skip some movement here. That should be a pretty good position. We should get at least somewhat of a push here.
So earlier you were talking about Jinjo manipulation. I can kind of explain what that does. Basically, this game has randomized, randomizes a lot of things, but one of the many things that it randomizes are the Jinjo color positions. So there are 45 Jinjos in the game from families ranging of sizes 1 through 9, and the most critical thing is the white Jinjo family, which is just one Jinjo. Whenever you complete your first Jinjo family, you get a cutscene to show you that family Jiggy being given to you. But you also get a cutscene for the first first Jinjo that you collect. And if you collect the white Jinjo first, those 2 cutscenes will sort of like overlap, or rather, like you only have to watch 1 cutscene for the Jinjos instead of 2, which saves what, at least 30 seconds maybe?
Yeah,
something
30
like
seconds. Around there.
So they are able to use a pre-selected sort of pattern by just starting the game and immediately doing a save and quit, making a copy of that file, and just making sure that the Jinjo pattern that you randomly got includes a white Jinjo in a preferred location in the first level of the game. So it's just a nice way for all runners to not have to worry about a very likely 30-second time loss, because there's so many Jinjo patterns that, the odds of you just lucking into a perfect white Jinjo position are extremely slim. So yeah, we're gonna get white Jinjo first, basically. And speaking of the White Jinjo family, this is their house, and it will help us get over to the next area of Isle of Hags with a little flutter jump and moving ground pound to get up there. Or beak buster, I think is the right word.
Yeah, that's instead of going to Bottle's house, and then when you jump out of Bottle's house, it's a couple loading zones, and then you have to watch a cutscene of King Jiggy Wiggy here introducing his temple and telling you to go into it, basically. And we're right here in front of the temple at this exit, too.
Yeah. So this will be our sort of like familiar location to unlock all new levels for this game. This is Jiggy Wiggy's temple. If you're not familiar with the structure of Banjo-Tooie, basically you've got your overworld and you've got 8 main levels with 10 Jiggies each, plus a final level with the final boss after that. And this is, you got to complete these jigsaw puzzles to open up each world. So as you progress through the game, the more Jiggies you get, you unlock more puzzles to complete. That opens up the next world or next couple of worlds. If you have enough Jiggies, it's worth it to kind of save up your Jiggies and visit Jiggy Wiggy as few times as required. You do a couple of puzzles back to back, so we'll see that later in the run.
Yeah, a good time for Mayhem Temple puzzle is around a 92, so I got a 91 there. That's pretty okay. I'll take that for a marathon, that's for sure.
Pretty solid, yeah. I mean, these puzzle pieces also, they randomly select, you know, any set of jigsaw pieces.
Yeah, it's RNG. Like, a lot of things are RNG in this run, and that's just one of them. All the puzzles, like which pieces get taken out, where they end up on the sides, it's all RNG.
Yeah, so anytime you watch him doing the puzzles, he's like just built up an incredible amount of intuition for which pieces to go for first. Not to mention recognizing the moving picture matching patterns, you know.
Yeah, you'll see some of the later puzzles in the run. It's like a really dark room, and it's hard to see what piece goes where, especially the center pieces.
Ooh, I want to give a thank you to TSR Stormed for donating $5. Thank you so much. Saying, first try Clungo skip, let's go, run is free. You got the side cup.
Hell yeah. So now we're just going to head right out because we only have one Jiggy. We can only do one puzzle right now. And another thing about those Jinjo patterns is that for the longest time we used Jinjo pattern 1, which had the white Jinjo in the sub area in Mayhem Temple, the first level here, called Jade Snake Grove. But in a new recent route that just came up last year, we actually have the white Jinjo in this pool over here. And we're actually going to skip Jade Snake Grove altogether in this first trip to Mayhem Temple and come back later when we have a later item to make that area a lot faster.
Yeah, basically that one trick that was found kind of forced a big reroute in this category because you had to make up that Jiggy in the early game. So yeah, White Jinjo now has to be over here.
So yeah, that gives us our second Jiggy of the run, and we also, the orange Jinjos are important for the Jinjo pattern as well because we want to have 14 Jiggies by the time we end our first trip to GGM or Glurgulch Mine, the second level, so that we can do 3 puzzles at once and skip a trip to Jiggy Wiggy's temple that way.
Yeah, and the orange Jinjo family is like the family of size 2, so if you can get both orange Jinjos early on, that gives you another extra Jiggy, which lets us reach that 14.
So here's our first move here, Egg Aim. It's a pretty simple move. It just makes a reticle show up when we go in the first person. We can actually aim our eggs.
Yeah. Most of the moves in this game revolve around eggs of some kind.
Yeah. There's 5 different types of eggs in this game. Regular eggs, fire eggs, grenade eggs, ice eggs, and Clockwork Kazooie eggs, which are definitely the most broken item of the game, I'd say.
Yeah, and the most interesting.
Yeah.
And a lot of other upgrades are like the ability to shoot eggs underwater, the ability to shoot eggs in midair, and other things like that.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's see. I'm not actually super familiar with the new early game route, so some of this looks new to me.
So yeah, we just go up to Mayhem Temple, collect all the notes, and then learn Egg Game, and then we go to Mumbo just for the Globo, and then we leave immediately. And then we just run up here to Bolivia or Bovina.
Bovina, yeah.
And then aim at all these flies. Those flies are in random locations too, so it's kind of hard to aim for them sometimes. And then we need a backflip up for this honeycomb. And then fall down to this jiggy, and then we're gonna make our way back to the bridge. Oh, I
Ooh,
wasn't
skill
supposed to.
stop.
I wasn't supposed to pick that up because it makes you stop for a bit, but yeah, now we're moving on, and we get this orange Jinjo on the way back because it's a little less laggy, and that's a big part of this run, lag reduction strats. If you've ever played Tooie before, if you've even seen gameplay of it on the N64, you know how laggy of a game it is. So
Yeah.
a lot of the run is just reducing as much lag as possible. And you'll see some pretty funny camera angles to make that happen.
Absolutely. Oh, also, every time we learn a move from Jam Jars right there, there is a, 1 in 8 chance, roughly, that he will bonk his head and lose you 5 seconds.
Yeah,
so,
roughly 10%. Yeah. So
place your bets on how many bonks we're going to get this run.
yeah, I plan on donating $10 for every bonk I get this run.
Oh,
My
awesome.
average is 2 or 3 bonks during the whole run, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully Jam Jars can bonk his head for charity. So now we're playing Banjo-Kazooie GoldenEye.
Yeah, so these first-person sections have a very similar mechanic to the GoldenEye speedruns, if you've ever seen those, which is you want to walk diagonally as much as possible because it will add together some of your speed from the strafing horizontal and the forward movement. So, oh, a little tricky
Enemies
hallway
can really
here.
troll you here.
Oh,
It's
he's
like right in front of
blocking.
the entrance.
Very unlucky to spawn there.
Luckily I have some eggs, I can kill them if they get in the way. Yeah, so yeah, our goal for this section is to get 20 of these golden totems here. Or not golden, green. So we got 10, which unlocks this slightly sacred chamber. We just walk in and get a jiggy for that. And then 20 will unlock the really sacred chamber, which is actually a boss fight. And we're gonna make a quick detour here for a Jinjo. Whoops.
Oh, almost. There we
Can have
go.
a weird hitbox sometimes. We'll want to get back there before the door starts closing again. That's okay, you can just open it back up real quick. We're gonna grab these gold eggs here, which are basically just unlimited rapid fire eggs. And we're gonna try and make these last until the end of the boss fight.
Yep. Oh, thanks, the Mighty Giant Dad, for your $25 donation. Thank you very much. He says, I'm absolutely pogging at this epic gaming. Thank you very much for your donation.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, we are ready to head into Target Zan's boss fight. Let's go.
Yeah, not without a cutscene though, because it is Banjo-Tooie.
Yeah, a lot of cutscenes in this game.
Yeah, this is a comfy late night run to put on while you're winding down for the night. And get some nostalgia in. So yeah, we'll have the game finished in no time. Banjo said it.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
So here's Target Zan. He's gonna spew up these targets here, and our goal is to knock out each target. And then after each layer of targets, enemies are gonna spawn. And then we have to kill all those enemies before we can shoot the next layer of targets. It can be pretty hard to optimize, but like I said, I have some years of experience, so this should go pretty smoothly.
Yeah, iCup makes these first-person sections look a lot easier than they really are. The controls are pretty awkward if you are just used to the rest of the game. It's very hard to adjust to the first-person controls, at least I find.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean fight
Very
there.
clean.
If the timer ends before Tarzan blows up here, then that means it's a really solid fight. And
Very
then we
nice.
just save and quit out of here because we're done with Mayhem Temple for now.
Yeah, there are a lot of places in this game where it's quicker to just save and quit on a collectible rather than backtracking out of an area.
Yeah, we always try to either save and quit or death warp out of the level because death warping takes you back to the beginning of the level.
Yeah, and it doesn't lose
Most
you any
times.
progress or
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, Tooie gives us infinite lives, so we really take advantage of that and do as many death warps as possible to respawn to quicker locations to cut down on some movement.
So, if I remember correctly, I think, are we heading to level 2 right away? Yes.
Not yet. So one interesting thing about this route, we did not go into J Snake Grove, which means we do not have a move called Grip Grab. So we cannot grab ledges. So we can just barely make it up there with a backflip and then a beak bust to get just a slightly more height to make that jump.
Yeah, so we are now, like, beyond the point that the game expects you to be able to get in the overworld.
Yes, exactly. So we're gonna head right over here, get fire eggs. And Well, we need this for 100%, and we also need this to progress in Isle of Hags.
Yeah, this is one of the few absolutely mandatory moves, even if you were doing like any percent.
Yeah. No bonks so far. Jam Jars does not like charity, apparently.
We still got
we'll
time.
Get some bonks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 100%. I don't think... I'm sure I've gotten some bonkless 100% runs, but it doesn't usually happen. So we're immediately going to use those fire eggs to go into Pine Grove here.
Yep, and where we'll find grenade eggs.
Where we will
Which
get
are
grenade eggs. Yeah, we're going to get grenade eggs in the notes here. And
probably the second most useful type of egg after Clockworks.
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect notes. So each of these Jam Jars moves requires that you have a certain total number of notes in the game. So, yeah, very carefully routed. In fact, even some of the late game moves, I believe, there's at least one of them that's like a perfect note routing up at like 640 notes required.
Yeah, once we get the Hailfire Peaks, 2 of the moves in there are perfect note routing, like you have exactly enough notes. So the good thing about that is that if I do forget some notes in the run, at least I'll know then because I won't have enough to learn the move.
Alright, so this trick is pretty hype. We are just gonna do a beak bust perfectly on the edge of this grating. It's kind of tricky.
Yeah, it's a little precise. This should be a good angle. There we go.
There we go. Nice. That's GGM early.
Yep.
So
there's a little bit of a crack in between the gate and the wooden plank there, and you can, with a beak bust, you have enough speed to clip through that crack pretty much, and then get into the level without opening it. And at 100%, that's basically just used so that we can unlock GGM, Witchy World, and JRL in one trip to Jiggy Wiggy.
yeah, saving those puzzle visits is very, very nice for the route.
So here's Humba Wumba, where it's the first time we're seeing her in the run.
This is what you need the Globos for, in addition to just needing to collect all of them for 100%. They let you use Wumba's transformations. Each level has a different transformation. So now we get to play as the Detonator and blow stuff up.
Yeah, the Detonator has some pretty strange movement. If you just like walk with him normally, he hops automatically. So it's actually faster to just manually jump all the time as the Detonator. Because when he does his regular hops, he'll like pause for a second and then jump. But if you jump yourself, it's automatic. So you can just keep hopping around.
We're setting up for another Death Warp here.
Yep.
Taking damage here.
We're gonna free the saucer here, and this is actually the first part of the setup of probably the biggest skip of the run. This skip is gonna skip a whole level in the run.
Yeah.
We'll get a little more into that later once it becomes more relevant. We also need to do this because the saucer has a Jiggy and a Cheeto page for us.
Yeah, so keep in mind, just keeping this in the back of your mind, that this saucer in the box is kind of waiting in this room to go through that entranceway. It'll wait here until you open up the door on the other side in Witchy World. So just keep that in the back of your mind because that will become very relevant.
So yeah, we Death Warp there. The Detonator's form of attack is a self-detonation, and that costs 1 honeycomb of your health. So, and that TNT box there does too. So if we self-detonate and get hit by that TNT box at the same time, we can just die real quickly there. And here we unlock Canary Mary. If you've ever have any experience with Banjo-Tooie, you know who Canary Mary is. And we have to do all 4 races in 100%. So yeah, definitely stay tuned for that. It's not too hard here in the GGM, but later on, those races are a little more infamous.
You can also use the Detonator to blow up these boulders.
Yeah, this is a little faster than using Bill Drill for these rocks.
Do you also do the waterfall trick in this route?
Yep, we're about to do a trick called Detonator Levitation.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite tricks in the game.
Yeah,
like,
we're gonna get in the water here, hold up against this little wall here, and then
tap A and then B really quick.
A and B. I've been kind of messing up the timing on this. I'm not used to playing on the CRT. There we go.
There it is. All right, and
that
allows us to get boost.
That allows us to get the Jiggy early. Normally you would need Springy Step Shoes, which is a move we get later on in the 5th world. But we can use Detonator Levitation to get that now. And that's integral to the route because like I said, we need 14 jiggies in the first 2 levels to skip that Jiggy Wiggy trip.
All right, and that's everything we needed the detonator for. There's a few more critical moves we want to pick up in this level with Banjo and Kazooie, like Bill Drill.
Yep.
And
but first, we're going to make a quick pit stop and take some damage on this Billy Bob here. We're going to get down to 1 health, switch to grenades.
Ah, I see. I know what's coming up here.
And then we're going to head in here. This is where Canary Mary is jailed up, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotta free her from her cage, and then we're gonna talk to her, wait just a second, and then get right up to the cage and then blow up the cage and die at the same time. And that skips a really long cutscene of her flying all the way to the start of the race there, which is actually a really long cutscene if you watch it. It's like a 45-second cutscene that we skipped there.
Yeah.
Now we grab this Globo and the running shoes. We're gonna grab some notes under the prospector's hut here. And then go up here for the Rails Jinjo. This is going to be our second orange Jinjo, which will give us our 8th Jiggy.
Nice. I just want to point out, like,
Didn't get shoes jump. So
no worries.
that's
I was just
really
going to point out how difficult the jumps up all of those platforms are with the running shoes and all the lag management that you have to do. You make it look easier than it is, that's for sure.
And thank you for pointing that out, Zerna, because it's like muscle memory for me at this point. I don't even consider it, but yeah, you have to hold some pretty weird camera angles to reduce some lag there. It's not like you can hold the camera straight forward at basically any point in this run, because it's just such a laggy game. But yeah, you can do a jump from that last note there, from the Prospector's Hut all the way to Jam Jars and keep the running shoes, but it's a pretty precise jump. If I missed it, but it doesn't waste that much time. So now we are here to Gloomy Caverns. This is a meme on my stream because my monitor is always really dark.
How's the TV up there on the stage?
It's pretty dark, dude.
Oh no.
This is gonna be interesting. Luckily, I have some practice doing this at home, so
yeah,
we should be fine here. But first, we're gonna go to Generator Cavern. The intended way to get this Jiggy is to just shoot fire eggs at those generators that one of them you just saw in front of me, and this ladder here actually extends pretty far down. Oh.
Yeah, we just want to hit a nice beak bust at the top of our backflip. You can keep spamming Z and just grab on the ladder.
License and grabbing.
That'll do it.
There we go.
That'll do it. Very nice.
That was kind of embarrassing, but we got up there. And that skips going, like I said, going around, shooting all the generators.
There's a long path through that cavern that you don't have to do now. Yeah, the next room is the slightly scary one.
Yeah, especially on a dark monitor like this. Hopefully we don't fall here. If we do,
you're meant to like turn on the power.
Yeah, you're supposed to use split up pads, which is what we learned in Witchy World, and then press the switch to turn the lights on as solo Banjo, and then go through your solo Kazooie. Or
all we want to do is jump on the top of that lamppost, jump over to the other lamppost, jump off. And we are at the Jiggy. Very nice.
All right, we made it through, and we can cycle through our eggs there to get a slightly quicker death warp there. And we're at the beginning of the level. We're gonna grab the running shoes, head right over here for our next Golden Eyes section.
All right, yeah.
Cancel running shoes.
For this one, we have to find and disarm all of the detonator pieces, and it has some of the best music in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and GDO in chat brings up a good point. Like, even if the room is really dark, the chains are usually lit up, so it's usually pretty easy. That's how I do it at home. I just look at the change. So we're gonna learn a move here real quick called Beak Bayonet. This is basically a melee attack for the Golden Eye sections here. I guess that's just what we're gonna call these sections. So because we can't actually shoot eggs at these TNT sticks here because they'll just explode. But apparently we can hit them with Kazooie's beak, which is not as powerful, I guess. That doesn't make any sense at all in my opinion. But whatever, it's a rare logic. You're gonna see quite a bit of that in this run. So we use a pretty specific route here to get all 20 of these pretty quickly.
Yeah, this can be like really hard to complete casually because it's so easy to get lost in the maze of tunnels and rooms here.
Oh yeah, as a casual player, it took me many tries to get this Jiggy, but the speedrun route was just so ingrained in my mind at this point that I'm just like, I just always complete it with over 100 seconds, no problem. That's why they give you so much time, because as a casual player, you're not strafing or anything, you're just like slowly walking forward. So it actually takes a long time to get anywhere while you're just doing that. And while
And we're setting
section,
up the death warp here. Every time he hits an enemy, that's like the fastest way to take damage. You just spread it out throughout the arena here.
We could technically just spam grenades, but we only have a certain amount of grenades, so we're just gonna hit as many enemies as possible and then take the rest of their damage with grenades.
All right, and I think we got like Canary Mary coming up next.
Yep.
So, lots of mashing.
Yeah, not a whole lot of mashing for this first one here, but
Yeah, this one's pretty lenient.
yeah. But first we're gonna grab this Jiggy that's slightly off camera because we're strafing.
Yeah, that's actually really hard to just like nail that Jiggy grab.
Yeah, there are
without seeing
definitely
it.
points where I just miss the Jiggy altogether and then I have to like walk all the way around and try and get it back. So here we have Canary Mary. So yeah, for this first race we don't really have to try too hard to mash. We can pretty casually mash, but I guess we can dispel a myth here about Canary Mary. A lot of people think this race is really difficult because they think they just have to mash super fast to beat her. But it's actually not really about that at all. You can keep a pretty steady pace, like 7-8 times a second. That's not that fast at all. And then as long as you keep that rhythm, the same rhythm, throughout the whole race, the Banjo will keep his momentum and it should be able to beat Canary Mary's rubber banding. You won't see too much of the rubber banding in these first two races here, but it'll become a lot more evident in Cloud Cuckoo Land later on, much later on. But for now, these races are pretty chill. I mean, I'm barely even trying here.
There's a small optimization you can do toward the end of the race. Intentionally slow down when the camera pans to the right so that you have like a little less lag compared to if you were to finish immediately. It would show Canary Mary like flying along the tracks with a really laggy camera angle. So it's funny how like some of these lag reduction techniques can be sort of unexpected.
They have to really mash there to skip the text because it's just so laggy. You have to get an input in there somehow. So we're just gonna grab the Jiggy and the warp pad here for later, a little bit later, and we're gonna go right into the second race.
Yep, and this will just give you a Cheeto page, I think, and put Canary Mary on her path to Cloud Cuckoo Land for later.
Yeah, Canary Mary, the first race always gives you a Jiggy, and the second race always gives you a Cheeto page. And which I see why they did that, because Jiggies are a lot more important than Cheeto pages, but I don't know. I think Jiggies are the more important items, so I think the Jiggy should have been the second prize. But that's just me.
Although that would have made routing in these Jiggies for something like any percent no DCW a lot worse.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and no DCW, we do get I think we do get the Canary Mary Jiggy. I haven't run that category in a while. If you're wondering what no DCW is, by the way, there.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to explain what DCW stands for in this run, because we do use it. It's called Delayed Cutscene Warp, and it basically lets you use some cutscene manipulation to warp to any certain place in the game. In the any percent run, you would use it to warp either directly to Hag 1, the final boss, or to like the final level, Cauldron Keep. But yeah, we'll explain how that works when we get closer to it.
Yeah, we're not gonna see that until halfway through the run, which is like 2 hours in. So, like I said, we just started setting up here, but
yeah, just keep at the back of your mind that saucer waiting behind the entrance to Witchy World, and then I'll point out when we.
There's kind of a lot of things you need to keep in the back of your mind for this run, but for right now, you just need to focus on a delayed cutscene and work for DCW. We'll explain that more later, yeah, while we're watching the cutscene for it. So we're gonna hit this switch here that unlocks Waterfall Cavern, and then that warp pad that we tagged earlier, we can just grab the running shoes and warp right there, and it puts us basically right next to the Waterfall Cavern. So we're gonna make a quick detour. I don't know why it doesn't want me to cancel running shoes, but gotta grab this Jinjo real quick. It's right on the way, and then run right in. And these are going to be our last 2 jiggies. It's going to bring us up to 14, which
Perfect.
is exactly how much we need to skip that Jiggy Wiggy trip. So we're going to
Nice.
set up for another Death Warp here at the end of Waterfall Cavern. So we take fall damage, and then we slide off and then flutter back onto the
Yeah.
platform to get up there real quickly. And,
That trick can be a little scary sometimes because if you don't hit the flutter after landing on the jiggy and you fall down to the water below, it can be a big time loss. So
yeah, for sure.
good to hit that flutter. And we're
So-
pretty much perfectly set up for another death warp at the end of this flooded cave section.
Yeah, for a casual runner, like if you don't know where you're going, this can be tough. But us speedrunners know where we're going, and it's a really easy jiggy.
Yeah, all these early game jiggies, most of them tend not to be too difficult. I'd say probably like casually the detonator, the TNT searching would have been the most difficult casually jiggy so far. A nice little mid-air beak bust to re-grab the rope and get out of the level. So yeah, you can use these pedestals next to the level entrances to immediately warp to the puzzle chamber instead of having to warp back over to the what is this area called? Wooded Hollow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little quicker method. A lot of you might not even know that you could do that. I definitely didn't before I started speedrunning. But yeah, this is GGM puzzle. A good time to get here would be like an 88 or an 89. We're definitely not going to get that at all. But
Yeah, you're getting trolled by that one piece. Yeah,
like I said,
86,
this is
we'll
a
take
pretty
it.
dark monitor. 86 isn't too bad. We definitely take those. And yeah, we're going to do 3 puzzles back to back here, so we have quite a few cutscenes to get through.
So it's kind of funny. We just opened the level that we were just playing in because we broke into it early. But the game forces you to open the levels in order. You can't like skip ahead and open a later world first. So yeah, even though we could break into that level for early, we still have to do its puzzle, and we will have to be doing all of the main levels puzzles at least up through Cloud Cuckoo Land.
Yep. And we're only going to do those 8 puzzles up to Cloud Cuckoo Land in this run. We're going to skip the final 2 puzzles with a delayed cutscene warp. The elusive glitch that we keep alluding to.
Yes.
Because we're
Biggest
building
time
up
saver
for
of the
it for
run.
2 hours. Yeah. Definitely
All
the
right,
biggest
we got
time
2
saver
more
of the run.
puzzles.
All right, a good time to get here would be another 88, 87. So let's see what I get. This is pretty okay RNG.
Very nice puzzle pieces. All right, quick 4. Oh, we're flying. We know exactly where these go in. That's an 87.
87, that's
Sick.
very solid. Yeah, not much you can do about the lag here, but sometimes you just have to tank it.
All right, we stay for one more puzzle. That gives us JRL, Jolly Rogers Lagoon access once we do it.
And one of those levels we opened was GGM. Unfortunately, since we had access to GGM, we still have to do the puzzles in order, so we still have to do the puzzle for it. But we actually have to come back to GGM through the entrance a couple more times in the run, so
Yeah, it's definitely still convenient to have the level entry open.
yeah, definitely.
So we get the little preview cutscene of where the levels are in the overworld. We already kind of saw this one when we went to go get grenade eggs.
And I like how the beam just like pulverizes through the door and then it just like slowly opens instead of just exploding.
True.
All right,
All
so
right,
we have
JRL
our
puzzle.
4th puzzle here, 14 exactly. A good time to get here, I think it would be like an 85, 84. 85 would be pretty insane actually.
Yeah, I don't know. Your standards for what's a good puzzle are like pretty high. But if I were doing these puzzles, I'd be getting like a 60 on this one.
Yeah, these puzzles can be really take quite a bit of time to master. I'm just saying, like
the
world
movement of
record-
the hand is shockingly difficult to control.
Yeah.
It has like a weird momentum to it, where like once you start sliding it across the screen, it like accelerates and then preserves its speed in between piece grabs and drops. So it can be hard to control sometimes, especially with the lag.
Yeah, it just definitely looks a lot harder than it looks. So this is our final puzzle here. We're actually going to reset out of here. I can see the timer up there. So after 2.6 seconds after the screen fades to white there. I wait a little bit of extra time just to be safe there.
Yeah, we don't want to have to redo any puzzles.
Yeah, if you reset too early, then the level just doesn't open and you have to come back and do the puzzle again.
Yeah.
And we definitely don't want to do that.
We're taking advantage of an autosave during that cutscene transition.
Yeah, the game autosaves so we can reset instead of watching that whole animation of the level opening up.
The game autosave pretty much on every loading zone, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, we usually just save and quit half the time and out of the levels anyway, so.
Yeah, because if you do a reset, you have to wait longer on the title screen compared to if you do a save and quit. So if you do have control of your character, it's better to save and quit. Uh-oh.
I forgot to do something. We need to go back to Royston to get double air, that's right. I knew I'd make some dumb routing mistake like that.
Right, because we have Bill Drill now, so there's a fish in Spiral Mountain that if you free him, he gives you double air and faster swimming.
That's
which
right.
Would be really nice to have before we go to the water level.
Yeah, it's important to get it now because we're actually going to death warp out of Witchy World and go right to JRO, which is where we're going to do all the swimming, so we actually have to get it right now.
Yeah, and take note that Klungo cutscene from the beginning of the game is still here, so we are again doing Klungo cutscene skip. Nice, we got it again, so we are free from that skip. That we won't have to go back there for the rest of the run. So yeah, we have successfully skipped Klungo 1 cutscene.
And that's another scary thing. Without grip grab, we have to do that slightly more difficult method. So yeah, we got our boy Roy here. Got kind of a laggy camera angle for that cutscene, but that's okay.
I'm glad you remembered Royston before you got too far away.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't.
I would not have caught that.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, with little detours like that in this run, it's just, like, you can basically do it in any order you want, well, up to a certain point. So it's just easy to just overlook it completely.
Yeah, and plus, like, I don't know if you would normally be running with a route open or something, but yeah, this is a long run to memorize every little step.
Yeah, and this route is fairly new. I've only been running with this run for like a couple months, so. But I still pretty much have it down memorized because the second half is basically the same as it's always been. So here's our first trip to Witchy World. We have to have a little bit of a weird camera there to reduce lag, so.
Yeah, generally you would like to be looking away from the big top, which is in the middle area. Kind of want to like look towards the edges of the world to try to reduce how many things are on screen.
So yeah, a big part of this first trip to Witchy World is finding out where the kids are. You saw that we ran past Mrs. Boggy, or Boggy's wife. The community calls her Mrs. Boggy because her name is never actually mentioned. But her 3 kids are lost in Witchy World here, and each kid has 3 different locations they can be in. One of those locations was actually Area 51, which I just went into. And luckily he wasn't there. That's his worst location. Moggy can be there. And he's a kid you have to hit in the face, and then he runs back to his mommy.
Yeah. The important thing is we hope to not find Groggy in the train station.
Yeah, that's the most important kid location we do not want to get. And I'm sure there's going to be donations if there is Groggy in train station, because that's a good 35 seconds lost there, because train station is just so far out of the way. So we get Salty Joe's fries there. We have to feed one of the bears fries. And then we get our first ticket there to the big top tent. We're not going to see what's actually in the big top tent until later in the run.
After this Cactus of Strength, Jiggy, we got a really cool little platforming trick coming up.
Yeah, since we don't have grip grab, we have to do this fancy little jump here to get the Jinjo.
Yeah, so we're going to do some slope abuse, jump off the slope, flutter back onto the slope, roll, and do a beak bust midair if we need to. No, wow, your angle was so good that you didn't even need to beak bust her. And we land right up where the Jinjo is without needing to shimmy along the wall. Which actually you couldn't have done because you don't have grip grab yet. So,
so that's the trick is actually required in the run now. We still used to do it in the old route because it's faster, but anyway,
we
need to
get
try to not fall at this tightrope.
Ooh.
That was a little scary of an angle, but we got it.
Well done, well done.
And we're going to ride the gondola over to Space Zone.
Yeah, so what we are doing is this is the next part of setting up DCW, delayed cutscene warp. We are heading over to the red button in Witchy World, which will open the gate for that saucer to come through from Glitter Gulch Mine. This is the key to setting up the glitch. We're going to interrupt the cutscene of that button, opening the door, with the riding of the gondola back. First, we need to pick up the honeycomb, since it is 100% after all. Alright, so now watch carefully as this grenade flies over there. Perfect. We heard the little jingle. That means it registered the grenade, hit the button, but at that same moment we rode the gondola back. So now the game basically is like, it knows that it's supposed to open that door and let the saucer through to Witchy World, but it hasn't done it yet. And the next time that we go back to the fuel depot, which is the room in Glitter Gulch Mine where the saucer is waiting, it will trigger a cutscene to send the saucer from Glitter Gulch Mine into Witchy World. And the way that the game basically keeps track of what cutscene it needs to play there is it normally expects that you would have just watched a cutscene in Witchy World to open the door, or rather the cutscene of the red button being hit, and then it would show the cutscene of the saucer coming through from Glitter Gulch Mine, and then it would show, it would basically warp you back over to Witchy World, which is where you shot the button from. But since we've already shot the button, it's going to warp us somewhere else, and we can manipulate where it warps us. So that is the whole premise of delayed cutscene warp, and so you'll see later how we can take advantage of that.
Yeah, we'll use delayed cutscene warp, like I said, around 2 hours in, so that was one of the major glitches that we used to set it up. That's the actual delaying of the cutscene and the delayed cutscene warp. So now we're at the transformation in Witchy World,
if you will,
which is the van. The van is indestructible. It's kind of fun to just run around here casually. We can honk at these van doors to get items behind them. And yeah, we're just going to take advantage of the van's fast movement here and vulnerability to get these tickets real fast and grab some notes and tag some more pads around the level. And then another gimmick of the van is that we can use his infinite coins. We can spit coins out of our butt here to pay for these attractions in Witchy World. We have 2 attractions we have to pay for. One of them is the Inferno here. This is where Mumbo is in the level. And this is going to be our first time seeing Mumbo in the run. He also takes Globos. So luckily we have to get all of them for 100%, but we still would need to get them anyway if we wanted to see Mumbo. And Soggy's location, the girl bear that wants a prize, one of her locations can be in here too. She is not in here, so
alright.
That's
good, right? It's better to have her in the Crazy Castle.
Her best location, yeah, her best location is Crazy Castle, but Inferno's not that.
Alright, so hopefully Groggy is here. Let's see.
Yes,
He's
we
here!
we got Groggy in
Groggy.
Inferno. That's his best location. We're not going to lose 35 seconds later. Oh my god. Now the run's free. Like, we're home free now. That's all I wanted out of this run. Well, that and Good Skull. We'll explain what that is
Yeah,
later.
there's still more RNG to worry about.
Yeah, there's RNG all over this run. So now we're gonna go back to the Inferno as BK, which we just unlocked with the van. And there's a pretty quick jiggy we can get here, and then we're gonna fall back down and do all the Mumbo stuff, which is more cutscenes.
We just need to take the running shoes here.
Yeah, you may notice that the running shoes don't actually have their little jingle with them, and that's actually a side effect of that glitch I did with the gondola. It basically cuts out some of the soundtracks, like the running shoes music here.
Well, these are really good hothead dodges. Oh my god. And you got barely around that guy.
I'm glad I didn't get hit there, but after we get this jiggy, we can just jump right off, and then do a little bit of a trick here. If we land right on the edge. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, well you're not dead, but...
Okay, get up there.
A little,
that was a little scuffed, but we didn't die, so I'll definitely take So now we're going into Mumbo's skull. The first time we talk to Mumbo, we have to wake him up and go all the way up to the top floor to wake him up. But after that, we're actually going to be able to talk to him from the bottom floor there. And that's actually kind of convenient that this is our first Mumbo, and we have to come up here because there's actually a chance of soft locking the game with the enemy that's down there if you talk to him from down there, and then
Yeah, you
the
used to
enemy
have to,
pushes
like,
Banjo
kill the
during the
enemy
cutscene, yeah.
just to avoid any risk of soft lock in the old world.
So Mumbo is actually playable in this game, and we use them around the levels to hit these Mumbo pads that unlock stuff in the level.
Yeah.
His specific
He has
power
very
is
limited mobility though, so
Yeah.
all you can really do is like use the war pads and walk around, and you have like one attack with the rod. But yeah, we pretty much just need him for these Mumbo power-up pads.
Yeah, his special in Witchy World is powering up certain attractions. This is actually going to power up the Saucer Apparel ride. We're going to have to do this because, like I said, it's the Jiggy and Cheeto page. And there's some pretty long cutscenes attached with these two, but we have to sit through them because it is required in the run. It also powers up the Area 51 here, which is actually where the Saucer Apparel ride ends.
And we need to use a couple other Mumbo pads as well, because there's multiple mini games in Witchy World that he has to power up.
Yeah, there are a couple more attractions we need to power up. Both of them are being in Space Zone, so that's why we warp to the entrance and get this one, because it's kind of far out of the way. And, well, that one
that wasn't
quite intentional, but I do want to take damage on these enemies, because we are going to set up for another death loop.
Yeah. As long as you don't take any more accidental damage, we'll be good.
Yeah. But, I mean, the enemies are pretty plain in sight from here on out, so it should be fine. So we're going to go over here, grab these notes while we're over here real quick, and power on Dodgems. This is Groggy's second location he could be in, is right next to Dodgems here. He's not going to be here because we saw him in Inferno. So now we know he's not going to be in Train Station at least, which is, like I said, the most far out of the way.
Yeah. What we want to look for is whether or not Soggy is going to be in the Star Spinner, or if she's not there, she must be in the Crazy Castle.
Yeah, I saw something in the chat about Star Spinner as Mumbo, and that's a trick that advanced runners do, where you can actually get the Star Spinner Jiggy as Mumbo. The Star Spinner Jiggy, you step on stars, they like spin around, they like bring you up to the top to a planet, and then the Jiggy's on top of the planet.
So if Soggy's not here, are you going to go for it?
Well, she's not
Let's
here,
see,
but
she's not.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I feel comfortable
For the
doing
fans.
it. I might just do it for the fans, but I've been failing it quite a bit in the practice.
It's quite difficult. You have to like jump on a slope that is kind of too steep for Mumbo to normally be able to stand on.
Yeah.
So you have to like time it with the rotation of the planet that starts spinning up here. But if you get it, you basically avoid having to come back here as Banjo-Kazooie. So you get to single pass coming into this room.
Alright, chat wants me to do it, so I'm gonna go for it. Screw it. When am I ever gonna get this chance again? Alright, I have gotten this a couple times in the practice room, so we'll see. Oh,
my God, the
enemy almost just
almost-
killed it right there.
Wow.
So
Alright, that's good.
These jumps are pretty tight as Mumbo. This last jump is
Oh, so close. Oh well.
I didn't want to spend too much time setting it up because
No
I
worries.
pretty much knew I was gonna fail it. But I mean, it was worth a shot.
It was worth a shot, yeah.
I'm sorry,
That
chat.
didn't lose
I
that
failed
much
you.
time to try it, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't lose that much time, and if I actually got it, that would have been insane content. And I don't know how much time it actually saves. It basically just saves coming back there as Banjo and Kazooie, which is a pretty good.
Probably like
amount of
20 to 30 seconds is
Yeah.
my guess.
So now we're gonna go right back to Wumba and transform as the van again, because we powered up Dodgems and we need to pay for the attraction at Dodgems, which is basically a bumper car match. But yeah, unfortunately, the stuff in Witchy World, like there's a lot of cutscenes attached to it. It's a lot of auto-scroller mini games, so we spend a good amount of time here in Witchy World for the first visit.
Yeah, there's like one like theory crafted trick to get into Dodgems early, but if I remember correctly, it's like only with a bit clip that you can do it.
Yeah, we haven't touched on that yet. But
Yeah,
there
and
is
we're not going to be doing any bit clips in this run, but if you watch the 80% run of this game, if you go like the leaderboard and check it out, there are a couple of bit precise. I don't know how to describe that like level of precision, but there's basically little tiny gaps in the floor geometry that are extremely precise, and it's the kind of thing where like there are very, very specific frame perfect, position perfect setups that you have to do to be able to clip through the floor in certain areas.
Yeah,
And then
the way I understand it, there's basically like triangles of collision on the floor, and where three of those triangles meet, there's like a very like sub-pixel perfect position where you can just fall through the floor. And there is one you can do in dodgems, and you can actually get to the third round of dodgems and skip the first 2 rounds and coming back as a van and all that. But the thing is that the setup for it takes like a minute and a half at least.
yeah,
And
and it's super precise and like not at the beginning of the run.
yeah, there are
So,
3 potential bit clips we could do for the 100% route, but all 3 bit clips put together would only save like 2.5 minutes. So if the setup for one of them already is a minute and a half, there's a good chance I fail it, and then I just lose all that time. So
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be marathon safe. But I think, like, in terms of the one that would be the first one to get implemented in a potential record for this category would be breaking into dodgems, I think.
yeah, so far no one has completed a run of the bit clip route for 100%. But yeah, here's Moggy. This is one of his locations. I think this is his best location.
Yeah, it's got to be his best location because you can just hit him on the way to round
He's right
3.
next door. So.
Yeah. Cool.
When
So
he's
2 kids are in the best no, all 3 kids are in their best locations. Isn't that crazy?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
That's
they are.
very
Wow.
rare. Perfect kid luck.
That's very rare. Perfect kid luck. So
That's a 1 in 27 chance of getting that.
I think this is our first introduction to these mini games. We're gonna see them a lot throughout the run. The red, green, blue. Red equals 1 point, green equals 2 points, and green equals 2 points, and blue equals 3. And the optimal score to get on this particular mini game is 69. It definitely saves frames. Trust me on that. So let's see if we can get 69 here. And that's actually the optimal score for each of these mini games. So we're just gonna get 69 here and then wait.
I thought you had to like score more than 70 on one of the mini games.
Yeah. Well, yeah, some of the mini games you need a lot more than 69, but for a lot of the mini games in the run, 69 is the optimal score.
Cool, cool.
How much does it save? It saves frames. It saves 69 frames, definitely. For sure. So yeah, we kind of have to sit through. The first round is 1v1. The second round is 2v1, and the third round is 3v1. The 3v1 round is actually definitely the most challenging because they can just like pin you up against a corner and you're just stuck there for like half the round. Luckily, you only need 40 points to win that round, but obviously the most optimal score is still 69. Even with 2 of them here, it's like not a problem at all. Am I even gonna get 69 here? Oh,
We need some blues.
Yeah, there's
one. All right, I think we're gonna get it.
Yeah, I think we should be able to. Get the screen here without getting the red.
All right.
There, we got the double 69. Can we get the triple 69, chat? All 3 of them. Let's go. Perfect kid luck, the triple 69. This will be the best marathon run of Tooie of all time. So between the second and the third round, we're gonna whack Moggy in the face there, and he's gonna run back crying to his mommy. And here's 3v1. And this is where you would end up if you did the bit clip, but like I said, that'll probably never be marathon safe.
That's for a future world record holder to attempt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, current world record doesn't do any bit clips. It doesn't even do the golden live skip route, which I'm doing, which saves almost a minute. So. Free world record, am I right? Yeah, as you saw at the beginning of that round there, they pinned me up pretty good. I was stuck for a good 5 seconds. But like I said, you only need 40 points to win, so I'm almost at 40 now, so it's still pretty easy. don't think I'm gonna get 69 here, but that's okay.
Hey, we still have a chance. That was the blue.
Yeah, it's only
You need
6.
the red and the blue. The red and the blue.
Oh, you got it! Oh my god, I got it! Nice.
Just
Can I
in
get some
time.
nices in the chat?
All right. We gotta find some way to make doing 3 of the same mini game fun.
Yeah, this is a late night Tooie run. Tooie is I think this run is extremely underrated. I'm glad it's getting some marathon attention, but doing it late night, you know, with all these auto-scroller mini games and cutscenes, it can be a little rough sometimes, but we like to make it fun. We're having fun, right?
We're having fun. This is a fun game. It has great music too.
Yeah.
Honestly, like that gets
This
you
is the
a lot
normal
of
way of doing Star Spinner.
good cycle. Perfect.
Then we're just gonna death warp out of here. There could be a twirly whirly setup. Yeah, that's true. Haven't even discussed that. Twirly whirlies are another setup for big clips that we can do, and they're mostly used in Banjo-Kazooie for those big clips, which people actually do use in the 100% run, but in Tooie, I think they're a lot more precise. Yeah, Grant Kirkhope is the GOAT. He makes the best video game music, in my opinion. So we kind of have to wait there for the grenade to blow up the gate before talking to her, because if the grenade hits the gate while we're talking to her, then it just won't blow up for some reason.
Yeah, I guess because like you're in cutscene mode and like other objects don't react to things in the same way.
So here's one of the biggest gimmicks of the game. Banjo-Kazooie can actually split up in this game, and that creates some interesting movement sections throughout the run.
Yeah, I'd say it's more than a gimmick. It's like a feature.
Yeah, yeah, it's basically
Because
yeah.
they each get their own solo moves. Like here's the first one for Banjo, Pack Whack. So now he can like, you know, throw his backpack at enemies. But it's actually more useful as a double jump than as an attack.
You just saw it there. You can do a jump and then pack whack, and then the game lets you do another jump, and you can use that to get more further distance and to get more height. And you'll see that basically every time solo Banjo.
And Solo Kazooie is just fast. So, if you have there are certain parts of the run where it's like you could be doing stuff as either Banjo Kazooie or Solo Kazooie, and we'll opt to do it as Solo Kazooie, especially like longer movement sections since you just run so fast.
Remember to stay hydrated, folks, if you're watching this at home. This is a long run. Yeah, there are a couple cutscenes that are notable bathroom breaks, but unfortunately with the setup we have here at Pace, I don't think that's going to be feasible for me because the bathroom's pretty far away. But I should be fine. Right there, the enemy was right in front of me on that switch there. That's a little unoptimal, but I mean, I kind of want to take damage on these enemies anyway, because after this minigame of Solo Kazooie, we'll want to death warp, so.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous how like useful death warps are, because you wouldn't think like, oh, we're just inside the bouncy castle and the split up pad is right outside the bouncy castle, but it's still faster to death warp because it immediately sends you back to the split up pads.
Yeah. And throughout the death warps throughout the run, I'll try to take damage on enemies or anything except for grenade eggs when I can, because like I said, we only have a certain amount of grenade eggs and we want to conserve them as much as possible, because they do have other uses other than death warps. So.
Yeah, there are like, of course, egg nests that are lying around in the various areas of the world, but you will definitely need to keep a count or keep watch of your egg count and sort of manage like how many. You want to minimize the number of egg nests that you need to go out of your way for. Oh, and speaking of egg counts, these mini games where you can play Solo Kazooie have a glitch that let you generate more blue eggs and fill up your blue egg count. So that's nice.
So yeah, here we get the required amount, which is 30, and then we fill up on eggs, because if we actually poop eggs and then they land back on us, it doesn't take any of our inventory, so we can just fill up real quickly while the timer's running out. Both of these mini games, we have to wait for the timer to run out.
Yeah, unfortunately, most mini games in this run, like you have to wait the timer out even if you have the required score. So so you can't really like speedrun them to get any faster.
Yeah.
With the exception of the pot of gold, I think. It's like the only one that you can actually complete faster.
And death warping as a solo character will always bring you back to the split up pads that you use, which is very convenient for a lot of the split up sections during the run.
Yeah, if you death warp as combined Banjo and Kazooie, normally you go to the level entrance, but from the way that this game's levels are interconnected, sometimes the entrance to a level isn't the main entrance, but it'll be whatever pathway you took to get into the level. So if you like entered, let's say, Mayhem Temple through the Blood Mine doorway and death warp in the Mayhem Temple, you'll go back to that doorway from Blood Mine, which I think is one of the death warps we'll do in a run later, maybe.
Still having a little bit of a tough time hearing Xanadu here, but this minigame is Balloon Burst. This is another minigame where the optimal score is 69. It's kind of tough to get 69 on this minigame, but I think we're on good pace for it so far.
There's a couple good blues. Yeah. There it is.
Nice. I got some nices in the chat.
And we'll just stay up at the ceiling here, setting up for a quick damage upon the end of the minigame. Because again, we want a death warp as soon as we finish up these jiggies.
Yeah, Crazy Castle actually gives us 2 jiggies here, so that's pretty nice. We spend a good amount of time here, but at least it's 2 jiggies. This is another 2 jiggies that we get during the 7D jiggy run or the no DCW run of this game. And then we're gonna make our way out of here, grab those 2 jiggies, and that's gonna be it for our first trip to Witchy World here.
We can skip the spring pad and just backflip twice up on the door frame of the bouncy castle.
Yeah, the movement on top of this bouncy castle can be a little weird because of the physics.
Yep.
But I mean, it's a bouncy castle, so it kind of makes sense.
All right, and we are done, I hope, with Witchy World 1.
Yep, we death warp and then we just leave the level and we're off to some stuff in Isle of Hags and then JRL, Jolly Rogers Lagoon.
Yeah, so now that we got split up, we can make our way over to the next area of Isle of Hags, which is the cliff top. And that's where we'll find level 4, Jolly Rogers Lagoon, as well as level 7, but we can't go there yet.
Yep. So we need to make a quick pit stop off Plateau, because that's where cliff top is connected to, and we need to split up to advance. First grab those notes on the signposts there, and then grab this Jinjo that can actually be kind of tough to, or easy to miss, because the rock kind of blends in with the ground there.
Yep, this is the split up pad that you're required to use to progress here.
And do a little double jump there to get up to these switches a little faster.
We're gonna go grab the 1 honeycomb in Isle of Hags, right under Honeybee's hive. Although we're never gonna visit Honeybee. For those people who may have played this game casually, may remember that your honeycombs, you can turn them in for extra health. But we pretty much don't want any extra health. Not only would it take extra time for us to get it, but it would just make all the death warps we want to do harder to set up. So, yeah, we're just going to stick it out with the 5 health.
Yeah, we want low health for death warps, like Zernicus said, and it also just takes quite a bit of time to turn all the honeycombs in and make that extra trip to Honeybee. And same thing with the Cheeto pages. If you've played this game casually before, the Cheeto pages, you can get cheats, and then you can activate them in the Code Chamber and Mayhem Temple and get cheats to like double the amount of eggs and feathers you can carry and stuff like that, but we don't do that in this run. As long as we get all the honeycombs and Cheeto pages, then we're good.
Nice little slide off the edge there, sets us up to land on this switch, which just sort of raises the bridge for level 7 later.
Yep. We're not gonna see that until like an hour 45 minutes.
Yeah, you're gonna need
later.
what, 36 jiggies or something to do that puzzle.
So here's a little thing to note here. Whichever egg you're selected on in Isle of Hags is what egg you're gonna be defaulted to in the level. So I switched to grenade eggs there just so I don't have to do it in the level, and I'm already on grenades and I can unlock these split up pads.
All right, so Jolly Roger's Lagoon. This level is kind of split between like a small town area up here and then a big underwater section with many caverns and stuff. So one of the things we want to do is pick up these Jandros moves that are in town: Wing Whack, Sub Aqua Egg Aiming, and then we can head down after we get those.
Yeah, a lot of this town section is just running around the solo Kazooie just because she's fast as movement, and we also get a solo Kazooie move there. It's actually going to be pretty helpful later in the run. We can use Wing Whack to get really good distance as solo Kazooie.
I like this Death Warp because Kazooie gets to ride on the motorbike.
Yeah, death warping in here.
Or motor,
also
whatever they're
saves loading
called.
zone.
Wave Racer.
Oh yeah, Wave Racer. Yeah, if you're a casual player, you probably talk to Blubber in there, and you can pay 1 doubloon for his most prized possession, which is a pair of running shoes. And you also have the option of actually paying for this room, or you can just blow the door open. It's faster to
blow it open.
Yeah. Our doubloon route, we get exactly 20 doubloons, and that's exactly how much we need, so we can't afford it anyway.
Yeah.
And there's a move in here. Somehow Jamjar's dug a hole in the corner there.
Almost time to go underwater, right?
Yep, we're gonna head over here, get some doubloons on these pegs here. I don't know off the top of my head what they're called, but.
And we can use a little bit of a slope abuse here to get over to that Jinjo.
Yeah, normally you're supposed to use Blubber's last possession, those running shoes, to get this Jinjo to run across the water. But with slope abuse, you can just get it that way.
Alright, now we can head down to Atlantis section.
Yeah, there's
and yeah,
that
thanks to
double air,
Royston.
please, yeah.
Yeah, we're swimming a lot faster now, and there's kind of no fear of drowning here.
I'm glad I didn't forget it.
Yeah. That would have sucked to get here and then realize you have to like swim extremely slowly.
Yeah, the swim down to Talon Torpedo we're gonna do, it's just barely possible if you don't have Royston without going back up for air.
Yeah. On this octopus, you can just kind of like swim right around his head and completely avoid the hitbox.
So here in Atlantis, here's a little bit more RNG.
Yeah,
The Seamy Fish there can have a Jiggy. It's either here or near Wumba.
That's Pi Omega. All right.
And then we also have to look at that code on top of that door there that unlocks a Jiggy later on. We're gonna unlock that door now, but do the Jiggy later in the second trip to JRL. I got one of the 3 codes there, the double Sigma codes, Sigma Delta, Sigma Sigma, Pi Omega.
Yeah, there's 3 possible codes.
Yep.
There's going to be another sort of random code in Mayhem Temple that could be one of any 3 codes, except you don't have any way of knowing which one it is.
Yeah, there's no reference for those codes. You just need to learn what all 3 are and then just enter all 3 of them until you get it right. So it's actually harder than the one in JRL here. But yeah, we learned a move called Talon Torpedo there. And that's basically like allows Kazooie to come out of Banjo's backpack, and it's kind of like a torpedo in the water there.
Yeah, and
There's
it's
a
a
face there
crucial
on the wall,
move.
by the way.
What?
I just realized that while practicing this week.
Huh, I never noticed. Yeah, Talon Torpedo is a crucial move. Like, you need it to get further in Isle of Hags as well, to go past Plungo 2. Alright, so we're going to use the Wumba transformation here as the submarine.
Yeah, this is only in Wumba's hut that's actually filled with water, because it has to be, because we're going to transform as a submarine.
Yeah. And this is very useful for fighting Lord Wufak, the boss of this level. Many people who play this casually might have found this boss extremely difficult, because you probably go in there with like Banjo and Kazooie, but it's a lot easier with the sub.
Yeah, as a
And
sub,
faster.
you have unlimited ammo, unlimited air.
Oh, we got a donation. Thank you, SHM, that Secret Humor Man, another Tooie runner, says, finally seen my boy iCup live on stage, bringing the world the absolute joys and pains of running Tooie 100%. Good luck on the run, don't die to Hag 1, and remember the honeycomb in a box on floor 3.
But which box, SHM?
Which box? Yeah, there's so many boxes.
Thank you, SHM. So we enter the code there as a submarine because we have unlimited ammo, and then we quickly get this treble clef on our way over here to the sunken ship. Yeah, those tentacles can be kind of hard to dodge as you're going full speed into them, but luckily I didn't get hit there. And where this
best Jinjo crate.
yeah, that's really good RNG. That box can appear at 4 different spots in the ship, and that's perfect RNG right there. It's right on your way to the exit, and it's right in front of you. We've been getting some pretty good RNG in this run, so
yeah,
that just tells us that we're gonna get Bad Skull.
Yeah, I'm also a little worried about the
Oh my god, this is
fight.
perfect RNG too.
What? Best
What's
locker?
going on? Do I have a hacked card or something? Someone needs to check it out, man.
Oh man, I don't know, man. Lord Wu Fact Fact is actually another big source of RNG in terms of which boils light up. You want to get all 3 boils on either side to light up in a row, so you can just fire off all 3 on each side. But if you're very unlucky, then they'll like alternate sides.
Yeah,
Well, let's see. We've been on a hot streak.
It's kind of hard to see what side
first
to start
boil's
on.
perfect.
Okay. Now hopefully the second one's on this side. Nope.
Nope. Okay. Gotta go around.
And now he's gonna turn around.
Yeah, a little rough there.
Yeah, this fight's really hard to optimize because you basically just have to react to whatever RNG you get.
Yeah, somehow I could just feel that like we were gonna get
no.
something terrible.
This is pretty bad RNG and pretty bad execution, unfortunately. Okay, hopefully it'll boil. No.
Nope, we got
Wow.
alternating sides every time.
Just what I thought, man.
Yeah, just when you think the game is being too nice to you,
We got the worst RNG.
we got the
Wow.
worst possible boil pattern.
Wow.
Somehow it just felt like, you know, that was obviously gonna happen.
So now I have to wait. This is a pretty bad fact fight, but I mean, we got the worst possible RNG here, so it's not a whole RNG.
Like SHM said, the joys and pains of running
Exactly.
Tooie.
You're getting the full Tooie 100% experience, chat. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. So this second phase is a lot easier. You just need to hit the eyes 6 times. The eyes don't move, luckily, so you can just spam torpedoes.
Yeah, and thankfully, like, you're not really taking damage so much during this fight, even if he does stun you.
Yeah, you need to move for these lightning attacks that he does, but other than that, it's pretty easy to dodge. And we killed him right next to the exit there, so that's good too.
Cool. Yeah, really not a badly executed fight, just awful boil luck.
Yeah, like I said, that's one of the tougher. I think that is like the toughest boss in the game, honestly, because you basically just have to
for sure.
react to whatever RNG you get and then try and make it work. Alright, where's the exit? So we're just gonna get one final jiggy here in our first trip to JRL. This is a sub minigame that at the very, very bottom of the level. We have to do this as a submarine because it's just so far underwater that the pressure is too much for Banjo.
Yeah, there are certain loading zones in the game that the game just like checks that you're a specific character in order to let you through, and this one requires that you're a sub to get in here. There's no way to bypass that. In the same way, like a lot of loading zones, anything that like sort of connects one world to another, typically will check that you can't be like solo Banjo or solo Kazooie or any transformation or anything like that. There are a lot of cases where like jam drives will just yell at you if you try to go through with the wrong character.
So this is another mini game where the optimal score is 69.
Yeah, looks like we're on pace for that.
This is a pretty easy mini game because 69.
Whoa, find a red. There we go. Alright, and we can just chill here, waiting for the Jiggy to spawn. And that'll be the end of our JRL 1 section. Right?
Can I get some more nices in chat? We got 69 again. Yeah, I kind of want to reduce lag there because all the mines blow up at once at the end of that minigame, but unfortunately the camera moved in a weird way there. Another thing we forgot to mention is that jiggies in this game, if you're familiar with Banjo-Kazooie at all, like when you pick up a jiggy in that game, Banjo does like a little dance with the jiggy, and that's just not a thing in this game, so that's a neat little
Yeah, they
feature
kindly
addition.
removed it.
Yeah. That's why Banjo-Tooie is superior in every single way possible.
I think we're only one Jiggy off from being able to complete the GI puzzle now.
GI puzzle
no.
is 28
Oh no, it's 26
jiggies.
or 28. Never mind. I
So
don't
we're
remember
still
my
a little
puzzles.
ways off. Yeah, unfortunately, at this point in the route, we're going to fight Klungo 2 and then learn Clockwork Kazooie eggs, which are the most broken item in the game. And then we're going to go ahead and unlock Pterodactyl Land just because of how the Jiggy routing works out. Unfortunately, we have to
Okay, so we're just going to do TDL puzzle.
Yeah, we have to. It just works out like that, unfortunately. We have to go to Jiggy Wiggy just to unlock one level.
That's fine, though, because then, like, you'll do the rest of the levels in one more trip, I think. So it doesn't, like, add any extra visits to Jiggy Wiggy in the grand scheme of things. All right, Klungo, we meet again. And again, he's going to use one of the remaining potions randomly. We're hoping for green here.
Yeah, green is the fastest potion. Blue is like the second fastest. So we got the slowest out of the way at the beginning. And blue is definitely the hardest one to deal with because he clones himself. We got blue. Yeah, green is the fastest because all he does is turn invisible, and that animation is really fast. But with blue potion, you have to wait for him to clone himself and then hit the right clone. So at least now we have egg aim. We can just shoot the potions out of midair and make the fight go by a little bit faster.
Yeah. And again, we're going to want to set ourselves up near the exit for the last hit. It's a little bit trickier for blue potion, but with that game, it's not too bad.
And sometimes the clone can stand right in front of the one. The Klungo you want to hit is a little brighter than the other ones.
There he is. All right. Yeah, he kind of trolled you there with the clone was completely blocking your view.
Yeah, the clones were blocking me, and then the slope ground there, it was just hard to hit him, but we got it. At least we didn't hit the wrong Klungo.
Yeah, you didn't have to redo that.
Because then if you hit the wrong Klungo, you have to wait for him to throw the potions again. It's just really slow.
All right, this is now the point of the run where we can get our final type of egg, which is the Clockwork Kazooie eggs, which is really useful for a whole bunch of stuff later on in the run.
Yeah, you're going to see the various uses of Clockwork Kazooie eggs a lot.
Yeah. So these are basically like little guys that you can control and run around with as like a remote controlled egg. But the way that, you know, the game manages giving your control over to the egg and then it has to return the control back to Banjo and Kazooie, there's a lot of things you can do to manipulate or abuse that, the way that the game is sort of giving control back and forth. And so we're going to use these for Clockwork Kazooie warps, where you send the clockwork into a loading zone and then either blow up the clockwork as the loading zone transition is happening or do some other thing that, like, you can take damage. It'll return control to Banjo and Kazooie while the loading zone has already been initiated, and then it'll put Banjo and Kazooie on the other side of the transition instead of the clockwork. So basically you can, like, remote enter a loading zone via a clockwork warp. So we'll see a lot of places in the run, or at least a handful of places where that's used.
Yeah, I think we use clockwork warps in basically every level in the run from here on out. Well, we're going to see one very soon here, but first we need to unlock TDL. This is a pretty good puzzle. I think my PB is
nice.
Yeah, 77 is really nice. I've gotten 78s before, but I think the world record is like 79, 80. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. One of the more fun levels, I think. Pterodactyl Land. Just has like a nice layout.
Yeah, it's got a nice layout, it's got a nice route. The later levels of this run, if you stick around for later parts of this level, especially later parts of the run, especially the last 3 levels, like that's when the run really starts. But immediately right when we get clockworks, that's when stuff gets really fun. And that's the big reason why I'm glad 100% is finally being shown off. I think this is a very underrated speedrun. A lot of people just say, oh, it's just a bunch of cutscenes, but it is quite a few cutscenes, but there's a few, like the movement in between those cutscenes really makes it worth it, and you should at least try and give this a shot.
Yeah. So now that we have clockworks, we can definitely full clear the first level. Well, technically not full clearing it because of the kickball, but ignoring kickball, we're going to go back into Mayhem Temple, and remember how we, spoke about skipping grip grab this whole time, and we haven't been over to that Jade Snake Grove section of the level yet. Well, that's because we were waiting to get clockworks. This is a big new discovery that you can skip using the Golden Goliath, which is the Mumbo power-up in this level.
Yep, you saw our first use of a clockwork there. That's just, you're normally supposed to use the transformation in this level, the stony, to get that honeycomb, but it's a lot faster to get it as a clockwork.
Yeah, so iCup just did a pretty precise beak bomb clip there. It's not, maybe not a clip per se, but if you fly precisely up against that door, you can just barely like get over the door. And there's that little gap in between the top of the door and the overhanging wall. So this is the new trick. This is Golden Glad Skip. First we just take damage in the swamp, and then we gotta very quickly jump back into the swamp and get into Town Trot. Once you get into Town Trot, the swamp will like not do damage to you for a bit, and you have time to get in first person, fire clockwork, and perfectly land it on the Jiggy. Very nice.
Glad I got that first try. That was looking a little iffy. I didn't get too far into the swamp there.
All right, and we finally, yeah, we managed to get Brick Grab now.
Then we damaged down to
the
1.
Death Warp.
Tag this warp for later for kickball. Another 2 infamous Jiggies in this game.
All right, we can easily clear out this section. There's 1 Jiggy at the top. I think you're meant to like tiptoe across here, but if you do a big jump with a peck, you can just reach the Jiggy without needing to go slow. And then we can also take advantage of the clockworks that we have.
Either.
Ooh. Okay, that one does it. We get the Cheeto page from a distance.
Yeah, the game only gives you 10 clockworks at a time, so the clockwork routing in this run is actually pretty tight, so
yeah,
make sure I don't miss too many shutoffs with the clockworks.
Yeah, like in many places, if you miss a shot, you're gonna have to get some kind of backup egg nest, or like depending on which part of the run or the route you're in, you might have like 1 or 2 to spare.
Supposed to get that Ginger in flight, but that's okay. There's another flight pad right here.
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
And we're gonna beak bomb over here, and this is gonna be our first clockwork warp of the run. We're on a pretty tight platform here, so I'll focus.
Yeah, I'll explain the trick while you're doing it. So first we want to just use this grip grab ledge to sort of set up our position. We want to be just aligned with the right edge of this door frame. There's a little crack, and we can shoot a blue egg to sort of test if we're in the right position or not. I think we are in a good position right now. However, there is a little bit of randomness in terms of how these grenade bounces. Okay, that was a good bounce. It went off to the left, and that happened so fast I couldn't explain it quickly enough. So what he did was bounce a grenade egg off of the wall in front of him so that in a few seconds it'll explode and hurt Banjo-Kazooie. And in the time that he has before the grenade explodes, he has to switch to the clockwork eggs, shoot it through that little crack on the side of the door so it hits the loading trigger. And that, tells the game, okay, it's now time to, load the inside of the treasure room. And the game ordinarily would, give you control of the clockwork egg inside of here. But because the grenade egg hits you, now the game is like, oh, wait, I gotta, return control to Banjo-Kazooie. But you're already loading the room. So now you're in the room with BK. And that skips shooting the snake heads, coming in and climbing up the inside of this whole thing. And yeah, that's Clockwork Warps in a nutshell.
Yep, and right there, like during Zernicus's explanation, I did kind of another trick there. You're normally supposed to tiptoe across those bushes there that the caveman is stepping over right now to not wake him up. But you can use that torch to damage boost and then get to the other side of those bushes there without tiptoeing. And
he also landed on the relic in a sliding talon trot, and the game will try to force you to carry the relic above your head, and you have to walk really slowly. But as long as you keep jumping or sliding in talon trot, it'll keep delaying that, and you can carry that all the way through into here. So you never have to walk slowly with the relic.
Schlonks her ass in chat if this is my favorite speedrun. Yes, it is. And I'm glad I'm doing it on stage. So you want an extra clockwork here. This is actually a routed in clockwork pickup here, so I'm still down a clockwork. But there are some optional clockwork shots that we route in that are just faster, but we don't actually have to do it. And one of these instances is here.
Oh, yeah, the one coming up. Yeah, you could probably just skip the swamp clockwork shot because it only saves 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, it basically just saves going over there with the waiting booth, which is maybe 5 seconds. So. That's you can kind of substitute clockwork shots in if you do miss some of them, because some of the clockwork shots in the run are extremely precise, and you're more than likely going to miss at least one in the run.
Yeah. And even when we're not using the clockworks for like glitches with the warps, they're still just really useful for jiggies like this that are just up on a pedestal somewhere, and you know, we're much better off just firing a clockwork at it to collect it rather than climbing up and getting it the intended way.
And Pillar's Jiggy, the intended way, is just so convoluted. You're supposed to use Bill Drill to go beneath the ground there, and then hit the pillars from underneath and knock the Jiggy down. But Clockwork just skips all that.
Although, fun fact, you can also still make jumps from pillar to pillar to get up there without clockworks or going the intended route.
Yeah, that's what we did in the old any% route. If you saw my any% run I did for Pace back in 2020 online, I actually did that method of pillars that we just talked about. And here's what we mentioned earlier in JRL.
First
nice, I got
code.
first try code.
All right, we are
That's
back
awesome.
on the good luck train.
We are so back. And yeah, you can jump from the entrance to that Bill Drill Rock to skip talking to Delberta here. And she's finally reunited with her partner, Bullion Bill, over here in GGM. And this is just one of the subtle nuances of the 100% route. There's just so many secret exits between worlds, and we really utilize those to our advantage to really skip as much backtracking, or at least make the backtracking like as on the way as possible.
Yeah, and you can minimize a lot of like overworld movement too. So like we just kind of cleaned up stuff in Mayhem Temple, and now we can head over into GGM through that passageway and clean out more of Glitter Gulch Mine.
And so we're gonna finish up everything in GGM here. There's not too much left to do in this level. We did a lot in the first trip, getting up to 14 jiggies, but the first thing we're gonna do is get those 5 notes and the honeycomb under the prospector's hut there.
Yeah, everything that's left is pretty much, you know, stuff where clockworks come in handy. So there's a Jinjo in this room that you're actually meant to, you know, come through one of those interlevel connections from Jolly Roger's lagoon, but it's a really long and winding path underwater from Jolly Roger's lagoon to get through the other side there. So quick clockwork shot saves a lot of time there.
Yeah, it's not just glitches that clockworks are useful for. Like that was just a precise shot I did. Not even that
Nice
precise.
gold feather dive.
Yeah.
So if you cancel gold feathers as you walk off a ledge, you can like sort of stay in the gold feather animation as you're diving underwater and quickly sink down to the bottom there. Now we got the crushing shed.
Yeah, it's
Longest
usually
cutscene in
like
the game
halfway from where you fall to the water. That's when you want to let go for a gold feather dive. It's kind of tight there. Yeah, this is a crushing shed. You kind of just jump through if you time it right, and then press the button, and then on the way back, we activated the conveyor belt, and now we can go get Mumbo to lift the boulder for a really long cutscene. That's one of the couple bathroom breaks you have in this run.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the setup we have here at Pace, it's not really feasible for me to take bathroom breaks, but that's okay. I'll be
But a quick pit stop first to get one more Jinjo with a clockwork.
Yep.
This time, the clockwork is useful for going through a little crack in the collision between these gel cages, so that we don't need to use the detonator.
Yeah.
Oh, screen is a little dark there, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to hit the gray bar there. You want to be like just to the side of it, but I just had a hard time finding where the gray bar was there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of clockwork shots that sort of go through small cracks. Some of them, like that one, are sort of like just little imperfections in the geometry, but other ones are known as like a parallel clockwork shot, where if your angle is like really well lined up with the edge of a wall, you can kind of like shoot through that wall, even if, you know, there isn't really like a hole there. You'll see more of those in the later half of the run.
So that's our first instance of talking to Mumbo from the first floor there. For some reason, the hitbox or like I guess it is kind of a hitbox of talking to him there extends to the bottom floor, so we can just talk to him from the bottom floor and we don't have to jump all the way up there.
And I believe that was patched on later versions of the game. like the
Yeah,
Xbox version.
Yeah, I think on the Xbox version that's not the thing. I don't know too much about the Xbox version of this game, but there are a few people who run on the Xbox version. So if you're interested in that, you know, you can go check out speedrun.com page. There's a separate leaderboard right there for Xbox runs, and that's just a entirely different route because some of the glitches we use in this run aren't even possible, so we have to route around those.
Yeah, it's a unique case of like the re-release of the game being sort of like similar in speed, but completely different route-wise, because although the Xbox version has a lot of the glitches patched, it also removed all of the lag and slowdown, so like it makes up for a lot of the lost time due to not being able to do glitches by just like faster loading zones, faster frame rate. So you end up with like a fairly close final time on both consoles, which is pretty interesting.
So,
but I think the record is still faster on N64, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, the record on Xbox is a 418, and the record on N64 is a 416.
Yeah, so like really close, given how different they are.
On Xbox, you can't skip a lot of the text in the game, but to kind of mitigate that, they play on Japanese. And so there's like less characters in the text, so the text is a little faster. And basically the lack of lag or loading zones on the Xbox version basically balances out the lack of text skipping.
Yeah, and like not being able to use every glitch.
Yeah. But I mean, technically, if someone got a perfect run on Xbox, it could still technically be faster than N64 just because of the lack of lag. I mean, you can even see during this cutscene, there's just tons of lag. Like on Xbox, you probably saved like 10 seconds on this cutscene alone. It's crazy.
Yeah, I could definitely see the record like changing consoles a few times.
Yeah. So yeah, as Mumbo, we crush that Jiggy boulder to get a Jiggy there. The Jiggy's in pieces. We have to grab all 3 pieces. We just do it right there as Mumbo. And then we're lifting the train here. We're going to use the train quite a bit in the run for quite a few Jiggies.
Yeah, the train is like really cool design for this game. I always liked the train when I was a kid because it basically lets you go to train stations in several of the levels, and you know it's part of the whole interconnected worlds thing that this game has going. But it also is an integral piece of the puzzle for a couple of Jiggies, notably the Dino Kids Jiggy. You have to transport one of the Dino children from Pterodactyland to heal it, and you also have to return a lost Dino from Witchy World. So yeah, at minimum we're gonna need the train for that.
Yeah, there are a few different things that we use the train for, but we try to not use the train as much as possible because the cutscenes are very laggy. Because you have the steam coming out of the like chimney. And
yeah, that's my only complaint about the train is that like I like that it connects the worlds like interiors to each other, but I never liked how long it actually takes to ride the train. Like it's usually faster just to go through the overworld if you want to go from one level to another relative to the length of the train cutscenes.
But before we use the train, we have to defeat this boss, Old King Cole. Luckily, we have ice eggs, and since he's hot coal, the ice eggs do the most damage to him. Or we can beat him pretty quickly using ice eggs. I don't think they intended you to use ice eggs for this fight because ice eggs.
Well, they clearly thought about it if they made it do triple damage.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they did put that in, let ice eggs do a ton of damage to him, which I mean makes sense because he's hot coal. Yeah, we can beat him in like 7 seconds on the timer there. But I mean, they give you 150 seconds, so they definitely don't intend a casual player, I don't think, to use ice eggs.
Yeah, because you like could have beaten him on your first visit to the level just with blue eggs if you were playing through like casually.
And with that, we're done with GGM. We're still gonna enter this level a couple times, but for the most part, we've collected every item in GGM. That's the first level we complete in the run.
Cool. So where are we headed next? TDL?
Yep, TDL. That's the 5th level. We just unlocked that puzzle.
When do you have to go back to Spiral Mountain for the Jinjo? Not now, I assume?
That's towards the end.
That's toward the end. Okay, yeah. I was just thinking about... oh, no. Well, you can show off the backflip. Or you can get it later. Actually.
Yeah, that Shovel Clef, like I said, there is some perfect no routing, but we come back to Isle of Hags so often. Like, if I miss that clockwork shot, I can just come back for it later.
You don't have like tight node counts for the pterodactyl land moves?
No. I mean, I've forgotten that Shovel Clef all the way up until HFP before, so
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
good.
Cool.
I want to get gold feathers there.
All right, this is level 5 pterodactyl land.
And we forgot to note, there's a few points in the run where we actually route in, filling out on clockworks with jam jars there.
Oh yeah, of course. Like it's really useful to revisit that particular clockwork silo.
Yeah, if you
in
revisit
Wasteland.
any jam jars that you learn eggs at, then he'll just refill your eggs every time.
Yeah, and we don't need to do that for any of the other egg types, but clockworks are just so useful that anytime that we're passing through the wasteland, pretty much we want to route in a clockwork refill.
So for TDL here, we're just gonna get that Jinjo underwater real quick, and then we're gonna split up inside the mountain. We're gonna take Solo Banjo back outside, and we're gonna bring him up to
River Passage?
Yeah, River Passage. Thank you. I forgot what that sub area was called.
Yeah. So that here we're going to take advantage of the pack-whack jumps again to climb this vine a little bit faster. It's faster to like repeatedly jump off of the vine and back onto it.
Yeah, it's a little awkward here because of reduced lag. We have this weird camera angle where the walls like blocking the whole screen it's a lot easier to time if you can see Banjo.
Yeah.
And then we use this mechanic with pack-whack. If we land in the pack-whack animation on the slope, we can actually...
You can just chain pack-whack jumps over and over again if you're on slopes, which is pretty cool.
And we can use that to get that honeycomb as a solo banjo. And then we're making our way over here to get these notes and the move.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, the moves that Jam Jars teaches you, you have to talk to him either as, like, solo banjo if it's a solo banjo move, or solo kazooie if it's a solo kazooie move. So we have to come with solo banjo over to this silo. And even though there are split up heads in this room, it's more convenient to just come in here as solo banjo from the other place, because when we death warp, it'll send us back to the split up pad that we last used, and then we can continue sort of going through the level from there.
Yeah, still no bonks yet.
Yeah, actually, Jam Jars has been quiet.
And we death warp off of this Snapdragon. We want to land on the land there, because if you land into water while you're drowning, it has another really long animation there. So now we recombine as Banjo-Kazooie, and then we're going to make a quick detour over here to get the cheetah page. We can get the cheetah page through the wall through this hitbox extension technique called egg barging.
Oh yeah, that's the first time we see egg barge. That's a trick where you do a like Z and C up kind of egg shoot, and immediately do a egg what's it called, a beak barge right afterwards. Then you can grab a few things through a wall. All right, this is setting up very quickly for our next clockwork warp.
Nice.
That was perfect.
That was very clean.
So unlike the previous clockwork warp that we did, this time the grenade egg also went through the crack along with the clockwork warp, the clockwork egg, and the grenade egg blew up the clockwork after triggering the loading zone. So they work one of two ways. You can either have like the grenade damage Banjo-Kazooie, or you can have it blow up the clockwork. Either way will get you through on the other side as Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, a nice like quick cutscene skip. Not really skip, but like quick control of Banjo after the first round of shots from Terry here.
So yeah, the strat for Terry here is to lead your first grenade shot and then immediately shoot to the right to get two grenades there at the same time, and that just does more damage to Terry.
Yeah, this fight is like normally going to take at least 3 cycles, but you can do it in 2 if you're sort of combining multiple grenades to hit at the same time.
I'm supposed to get grenades
stack the
earlier,
damage.
but I'm gonna get them now.
There they are.
And he has 10 health, so I don't have to do that egg leading thing. I can just shoot 3 times and
Yeah, because you set it
2
up
cycles.
in the first cycle. You got all the damage that you needed.
There is a strat out there that you can technically beat Terry in 1 cycle, but it's a very hard strat that I haven't even attempted yet. So
Oh, I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, I don't even know like what it looks like or anything. I have seen one video of it, but it was such a long time ago. I don't even know the setup for it anymore.
So Terry gives us 2 jiggies here at the top, and then once we return the babies, we have to hatch them out of their eggs. Then we'll get another jiggy from Terry. So it's actually 3 jiggies that we get here.
Yeah, and that's another jiggy where we start in the first visit of the level, but actually finish in the second visit. It's a lot of jiggies like that in the room. But first we have to watch all these cutscenes showing us where all the eggs are. Well, only 2 of them actually. I don't know why it doesn't show all of them, but I'm glad they don't.
I never realized that like they don't show the one inside the mountain. I guess they just figure that like you'll find that one along your way.
Like the one, but they show that one right out in the open, like in that water.
Yeah, I don't
get
know.
the Jinjo, so I don't know.
Well, anyways, now that we're done the Terry fight, we're all the way at the top of the mountain here. That's another reason why we wanted to do that clockwork warp up to Terry, is just to kind of skips that initial mountain climb. And so now we can hit the warp pad up here, and we have easy access to the top of the level.
And we quickly get that rock nut. The name slipped me there for a second. There's 5 rock nut men in the rock nut tribe. We need to shoot a clockwork and then walk the clockwork behind them to blow them up and basically kill them from behind.
This bonfire cavern, there's some like edge of the. Oh no! What happened there? Dang, I didn't realize that would happen.
That grunty dactyl there can really troll you, and I'm sad it happened here, but that's okay.
Fortunately, we have that warp pad at the top, so it doesn't lose a ton of time, but that's rough. Yeah, that's one of the scariest rooms in this level, just because there's an instant death pit if you miss the platformings.
Yeah, it's optimal not to kill the enemy there. He's been nice to me in the practice room, but of course on stage he just had to come for me.
Yeah, and like, you're intended to like put out these fires with ice eggs, but you don't have to because the hitbox for them is it doesn't quite extend to the edge, so you can kind of just jump around the side, and you can just take a hit on the second one.
It's easy to just skip those, melting those fires there, and we want to get a clockwork here that's actually routed in. And it's optimal. You want to skip getting this warp pad, but I'm going to get it anyway just because it's a marathon run. And we are going to set up for a death warp here. So here's a stomp on a dawn.
Yeah.
We need to use these giant footprints in the ground here to avoid the giant foot of the dinosaur that's going to be stomping down on us. But we actually do want to get stomped because that immediately brings us down to 1 health from 1 stomp.
Yeah.
And that's a really quick way to set up a death warp.
Yeah, you just don't want to get stomped twice.
Yeah. Switch to blue eggs here too, so I don't die on the egg barge.
Right. Yep. Yeah, we'll do another egg barge here when we get to the.
So yeah, I'm gonna skip that 1 footprint to get down to 1 health. Take intentional damage there. By the time I get to this jiggy, I actually need to wait until Banjo gets unflattened there. Oh, I was supposed to jump there, but it ate my input.
So now you can see that we did the egg. Yeah, the intended way is just to step on that switch.
That was totally intentional, guys. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew what was going on.
That's what we were skipping.
Yeah. But for that solo K switch, you actually do have to do that to skip it. And we death warp back to the beginning. And from here, we go right down here to learn Springy Step Shoes and collect some more notes.
Yeah, still quite a bit in this level. This move is pretty critical. We need this to advance further in Animal Hags. And it's also... Actually, do you use it for, like, anything else? Yeah, a few things here and there, but it's
basically just
mostly required to get to Quagmire for the last couple of levels.
We do use it for a couple things here in TDL. Alright, Jam Jars bonk.
Now we're rooting for him to bonk and he won't? What is this?
I guess Jam Jars just doesn't like charity. I mean, I'll donate $10 regardless, even if it's a bonkless run, but I kind of wanted to see some bonks.
What about, you were saying $10 per bonk earlier or something?
Yeah, because that's roughly the percent chance.
That sounds okay, but if he does the unthinkable bonkless, for the whole run, then you should make it like $30.
You know what? I can't argue against that. So let's do that. If Jam Jars doesn't bonk at all, it's $30.
And I'll donate $30 too.
There we go.
I'll match.
Let's raise some money for charity, guys. We're a little over halfway to our goal here. We need to get in the gear. We only got a couple days left. So we're gonna use these split up pads, and we're gonna have a pretty big solo Kazooie section here in TDL.
Yeah, this is one of the coolest sections of the run. I feel like as a spectator, I always like watching this. It's got a lot of great clockwork shots and just a lot of fast movement.
Yeah, we use a crouch slide there to stop moving quickly. You're going to see that quite a few times in the run, actually, a solo Kazooie. And we're going to, from here, we're going to get that rock nut from the upper level, and then from the lower level, we can get the Jinjo. That's a very nice shot.
Yeah, right in on the hole. Jinjo inside here.
You need to be careful with that clockwork shot, because if you shoot too high, then the clockwork will explode and break before you can take control of it.
Yeah, there's basically like a maximum range that the game will allow you to send a clockwork before it just like explodes in midair. So you have to be careful about how far you attempt to send it. And that's like, that hole is basically at the maximum length that you can toss a clockwork before it explodes.
So yeah, we do a fancy little beak bomb there to land really quickly and get those notes in the globo. And then
yep, and then we do a mid-air clockwork shot here to the next rock knot hole.
Yeah, we've used a move we learned in Witchy World, airborne egg aiming. It's required for a boss fight later on, but it's also useful for flying sections, because beak bombing in flight is a very fast form of movement.
And then we can use Solo Kazooie or a clockwork shot here for another sort of a shortcutted Cheeto page here. I think the intended way is to fill up the hole first with water, which you need to do anyway for a Jiggy, but yeah, we can just go down here, fire a clockwork at the ceiling, drop onto the Cheeto page so we don't have to come back here later. There's a train switch we want to hit here, because we will need the train station, and then we could do another little trick to get another Jinjo from inside of a cage. I think that one skips doing something with a T-Rex, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we don't transform into a T-Rex at all in this run. Sad to say, I think the T-Rex is honestly my favorite transformation, especially the Big Daddy T-Rex. But yeah, with a simple clockwork shot, we can like recoil the clockwork and get the Jinjo from behind the cage there. Yeah,
there are a couple of these like bone cages that have little gaps on the sides. That one, and then you'll see another one in just a minute, up the like sort of halfway up the mountain.
So yeah, we use springy step shoes here, just a solo Kazooie to get the treble clef here. We can use a wing whack to extend their hitbox just far enough.
Yeah, it just reaches through the boulder.
I'm like, wait, why am I behind on notes? But yeah,
the treble clef on Red House you'll get later.
And we tagged the Mumbo Warp for later. We're not going to use Mumbo until the second trip to TDL.
Alright, heading
Carefully
down
make
here.
our way down here.
This is where we can learn the last Jam Jars move in this level, which is Hatch. And we can start freeing Terry's kids.
Yeah, we're going to start doing that immediately. There's an egg right up there. Come on, Jam Jars, let's see it. Actually, no, we don't want to see it.
Oh!
Man.
We still got like at least 5 more, maybe more Jam Jars moves left. We can see more bonks.
Yeah,
Alright,
we got at least
first
one
bonk.
I would have been very surprised if we actually did get bonkless.
Yeah, bonkless is pretty rare.
So here's our first Terry's Kids. That's one of my precious babies. Oh, isn't it cute?
Now you actually, it does matter which order you visit these eggs in. The game, like whichever egg you get last, it will be a fat baby that you have to carry with Solo Banjo in his backpack.
Yeah.
And like you definitely want to make sure that you save the egg that's closest to Terry's nest for last, so that you don't have to carry it very far. And if you were to instead, oh my God. Oh, okay.
All
All right, we're safe.
We're good.
Yeah, this cage is similar to the other one. You have like a little hole on the right side.
I have a
Aim
scout
it.
set up, but we got it.
All right, yeah, just fired a clockwork right through that little gap. Another little clockwork shot here down to the rock nut. I really like this one. And there's only one rock nut remaining, I think, in the train station.
Yep, that's the last one we get, and that's the most convenient rock nut to get the jiggy in. You basically just want to make sure that the last rock nut you get doesn't require shooting another clockwork, wasting another clockwork, just get the jiggy.
Yeah. What was I talking about before that? Something about the babies. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, if you were to like, because one of the babies is inside of the Oogle Boogles cave, and if you were to like do that one last, it would be really bad. You would actually have to get the T-Rex again. So.
Yeah, we route it so that the last baby is actually like at the very top of the mountain, like pretty much right next to Terry's nest, so we don't have to do too much movement as solo banjo. Solo banjo movement's really slow, so we try to minimize on that as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Although I guess we're not actually finishing Terry's side quest just yet. We're gonna.
We do finish it in TDL2,
Yeah.
but we finished Rock Nuts. We just did there.
Yeah, but we're gonna start the Styracosaurus family Jiggy, which is like the single longest Jiggy in the game, I think.
Well, technically.
Well, okay,
longest
technically
Jiggy
Mr.
from-
Fit
yeah.
is longer from a fresh
Because
file.
we need 765 out of 900 notes for that.
Sure. But this one is like the one that requires the most steps
Yeah.
to complete it, I think. And they're all pretty slow. So first we gotta take the sick dino over to the train so that we can bring it to the cliff top where Mumbo will use his shaman powers to heal it. But then we gotta do like stuff for the other dinos as well. And all that for one Jiggy.
Yeah, there's some pretty long jiggies that we can't really skip with clockworks, unfortunately. But that just means we get to use the train more, and that's convenient movement across the levels, at least. Here's our first use of the train. We can call the train as Solo Banjo, Solo Kazooie, Banjo-Kazooie combined, and even Mumbo. I didn't even actually know you could call the train as Mumbo before this route, but we actually do that in this route. You'll actually see it here in a few minutes. So yeah, we're gonna call the train and then drop the sick dinosaur in the back there in the caboose, and then we're just gonna save and quit.
But you can only ride the train as BK.
Yeah, you can only ride the train as BK because you need to climb up the ladder into the train, and then.
But also it's like considered a level transition.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing we forgot to mention. You can't leave worlds. Well, the game doesn't want you to leave worlds as separate characters. We actually do that in the run way later on in Grunty Industries, the last level. But we'll explain that when it gets there. But for now, we're gonna save and quit, and then go right back to Cliff Top here.
Do you want the treble now or later?
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot. I'll get to trouble now. I have 3 clockworks.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I just didn't know how many of those remaining clockworks you needed for Gerald too.
Yeah, thank you for catching me there, Zernicus.
Yeah, no problem.
I almost missed that. So we're gonna kill these enemies so they're not in our way for this next clockwork shot here. There's a Jinjo up here where you normally need claw climber boots to get up here, but it's a very clever clockwork shot that can be tricky. I'm
That's
glad
pretty
I got
precise.
that first try.
Yeah, very good.
Glad I got that first try, especially since we're pretty low on clockworks at this point. Grab some feathers right next to us here. The feather routing in this route is still pretty tight. I'm gonna try and get both of these clockworks here. Nice.
Oh, I guess one downside of this route where you don't have grip grab early is that you couldn't have gotten this train switch on your first pass through Cliff Top.
Yeah.
So you have to backtrack to it a little bit here.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate part of the Golden Goliath skip route. We don't have grip grab the first time we come to Cliff Top, so we actually can't get the train switch here. So we have to backtrack, walk all the way across Cliff Top, and then come all the way back here just to hit the train switch and go all the way back to Mumbo. That detour wastes about 45 seconds, so that That, including that, and all the other detours, little minor detours we have to do to avoid using grip grab, waste about 55 seconds.
But it saves well over that to avoid talking to Mumbo and Mayhem Temple and using that the cutscene it takes to power up the Golden Goliath and all that stuff.
Yeah,
is
skipping
easily
Mayhem.
like probably a minute and a half to 2 minutes total.
Oh yeah.
So
The trick
maybe
itself
longer.
saves 2 minutes, so
Oh,
the
yeah, so it
minute
must be
10
more.
seconds of detours we have to do is still very much worth it to do this route. Oh, the enemy's
A
right
little
there.
bullied there.
Luckily, it didn't knock me right off the level. But.
That definitely could have happened.
So now we're gonna walk
Call the
Mumbo
train.
all the way down here. Call the train as Mumbo. We do this just because, you know, it would be more of a detour to come down here as BK. And the Mumbo pad's right up there. Remember to stay hydrated, everyone.
Yep.
Kind of running out of water here. I need to conserve it a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
Still got a good 2.5 hours left. So. So now that the train's here, the sick dinosaur is still in the back, so we're gonna heal it real quick. Unfortunately, Mumbo only has the healing power in Isle of Pags.
Yeah, he has like a unique ability in each world.
Yeah. Which I don't know, if he has all these abilities, I don't know why he only decides to use them in specific levels, but
Maybe they're different Mumbos.
yeah.
You never see
Yeah,
two
maybe
of them
there,
together.
maybe there's a whole like entire race of Mumbos who just all look the same, and they're actually like it's a different being altogether. We need to add Grant Kirkhope or someone to learn the lore for that. So yeah, we healed the 6th Cyrac. That's one part of the 3 kids. It's actually kind of crazy how many Jiggies where you need to save 3 kids there are in this
Oh,
game.
yeah.
I just stopped to think about that. There's the 3 Dino kids, the 3 Alien kids, the 3 Boggies kids, the 3 Dino kids. Well, there's actually 4 Dino kids.
There are 4 of the other dino eggs, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how many save the kids there are. I mean, it sends a good message. And now we're done with Mumbo. We're just gonna go right here to our second trip to JRL, clean up all the rest of the items here. Oh, I meant to switch to grenade eggs at the beginning, but oops. Can do it in the level.
Alright. So now we're back to JRL again. We have Hatch, which is one of the reasons we couldn't like finish this level in one trip. So you need Hatch from Pterodactyl Land to open up Tip Top's egg in here.
We'll get the rest of our doubloons there really quickly. We have exactly 20, as much as we need. And there's one of the 2 instances where Mumbo actually has a secret passage out of his skull. This is a neat little area here. It can be kind of hard to land on that tiny little egg there, but luckily I got it first try. And we get to see the miracle of childbirth. But oh no, he landed on his back. We need to hit him to... Yeah, we definitely hit him from the front, and then apparently that makes him turn around. And now the kid's just slowly gonna crawl to shore. He's just gonna fly away, leaving his kid alone.
I also thought it was weird that the way that Tip Top like glides along the surface of the water.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting that momentum from, especially on the sand, but whatever. We don't ask questions here.
Alright, and pretty important trick here coming up. So you mentioned that like, you know, we're only getting 20 doubloons, which is the amount that you need to purchase the Jiggy. But the funnel also sells a Cheeto page after this for 5 doubloons. And we're not gonna pay for that.
Nope, we're gonna do pretty unique trick here. We only do this a couple times in a run called skew. And when you're skewed, your angle is skewed like about 45 degrees, your hitbox gets messed up in a way that you can actually grab items through walls. Unfortunately, since the items are on a pedestal there, we can't just egg march it.
Yeah, so if we stand on the side of this witch's hat, we have like a steep angle. We'll send a clockwork out. Now we don't really need to use the clockwork outside for anything, but we just need to trigger a loading zone transition back into the room from outside. And now we're no longer in Talon Trots, so the game like kind of, you know, tries to correct our angle, and now we're leaning forward. And perfect. You did a good job there, and we used skew to get that Cheeto page. It's very important that you don't walk normally after you do that trick, because it'll get rid of your skew, and you can only attempt that trick once. So good to see that going well.
Yep, and now we're gonna warp right back to Atlantis. Grab this honeycomb real quick, and then we're gonna go here to Crispy Bacon. We typed a code to unlock this chamber in the first trip. And this is Crispy Bacon. You'll quickly understand why he's named that. And he wants to take pictures of the graffiti down here, but there's these piranha plants, not piranha plants, piranha fishes that actually come harassing him and biting him while he's trying to take these pictures. So it's going to be our job to fend off the piranhas while he's taking pictures of the artwork down here.
And it's pretty cool, like how for the speedrun, this minigame is also giving us an opportunity to pick up extra clockwork nests. What he did, you might have not noticed there, but he was picking up an egg nest just before the minigame started, and he's sitting on top of the spawn for that nest. So like every, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds, it'll respawn, and yeah, just there, it respawned and gave him another clockwork. So fortunately, like every time you collect an egg nest, whatever egg you collected it on, it'll be that same egg the next time that the nest respawns. So as long as you grabbed a clockwork and then you stay in the same spot, you'll get like 2 more clockworks during the course of this minigame.
Yeah, at this part of the run, we want to avoid going all the way back to jam jars to refill on clockwork. So our clockwork running is actually pretty tight from here until we go to CCL, really.
Yeah, because like otherwise you don't have any reason to go back to Wasteland until you go to Clockwork Land.
Yeah, I could have started swimming towards the center there a little earlier, but I just wanted to be safe.
Yeah, that looked pretty good.
It wastes a lot of time to lose this minigame, especially right at the end. You have to wait for him to go all the way up to the top, then you have to talk to him again. Say yes, you want to play again, then you have to wait for him to go all the way back down. But luckily, that didn't happen.
Yep, and we're all full on clockworks now. And we still have enough air thanks to the double air.
Yeah, we have just enough air to make this whole section without going back up to the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, you're intended to like use Mumbo in this level to oxygenate the water, and that will allow you to swim indefinitely. Like it just takes away the air meter entirely. But yeah, you don't actually need it.
Yep, so we're gonna stop in here real quick, the ancient swimming baths. We only have a Cheeto page right at the entrance here.
Yeah, just send another clockwork up for that one. And then there's one more jiggy, maybe 2 more jiggies that we can use a clockwork for the one in Smuggler's Cavern.
Smuggler's Cavern, and we also use it for...
Oh, we need to... yes.
Yeah, I'm doing really good on clockworks here. 9 is a lot for this section of the run.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just filled up on the crispy bacon, so yeah, we were...
Yeah, but still 9 is a lot more than I usually have for this part of the run, which is good. I mean, I've been kind of collecting extras anyway, just because I want to be marathon safe, but...
Right, like Pano's shop has a couple of really quick extras that you grab, so that makes sense.
So this is Seaweed Sanctum. This is a little bit of a weird area. There's actually random which seaweeds are alive and which ones are not. Oh, I'm down to 1 health here, which is good. I mean, I want to death warp here soon, but...
But not too soon.
Yeah, not too soon. Exactly.
Yeah. So be on the lookout for the seaweed.
Use some flutters and B+ there to get up to that Jinjo, and instead of going all the way around like it intends you to.
Alright. Good luck on the big fish teeth.
Yeah.
This is like one of the more annoying parts of the game for me is like trying to open up this fish's mouth.
But first we have to deal with some RNG. Oh, we got good RNG.
Ooh,
The honeycomb's
nice.
right here.
Yeah,
The honeycomb can either be here or way where the lockers are. And
yeah, it could be like in the other room, like 20 seconds away. So very nice to get this one. We gotta shoot out 5 teeth. All right, 3, 4, one more. There it is. Nicely done.
That was very clean. Yeah, it's pretty easy to shoot them from underwater there, but there's actually strats that we usually just use in bingos where you can skip learning sub-aqua, but you can shoot the teeth from the surface. It's a pretty hard
That's
trick.
way harder, yeah.
Even
We don't have to do that for 100%.
Yeah,
You
luckily we
always
get
learn
it.
the moves. Just watch out for the enemies out here in case they're in the way. No, they're good.
technically it would be faster movement to jump in this area, but the floor is actually kind of weird because it's like flopping around because we're like inside the big fish, so I don't like to jump there.
Yeah, usually if you jump on like moving ground or like sloped grounds, it's very easy to flutter by accident, like, and it'll just take you out of time trot.
Yeah, right there. If we had more than one health, standing in that spot wouldn't actually do the normal recoil there. That would normally happen if you shot yourself with a grenade against the wall. But since we had one health, you didn't really see it. But yeah, we just rescued Mary Maggie, Jolly's partner here, and then we're immediately gonna go back to Jolly's for Jiggy.
Yeah, we're almost done with JRL. All we need is smugglers after this one, I think.
Smugglers and a UFO.
Oh, a UFO, right? I forgot about UFO.
But before the UFO, we're gonna stop here for
Honeycomb? Oh, yeah, right, honeycomb over here. We can again use the clockwork for this instead of climbing all the way over.
Yeah, and this pool of water is another long Jiggy. It's a family of like 3 pigs that want to go swimming in this pool, but the thing is, as you can see right there, there's a pipe full of toxic waste, just spewing toxic waste into the pool, so we're going to need to fix that. We're not going to end up fixing that for a long time, but and also the pool is too hot to swim in, or too
cold,
yeah.
maybe? Yeah, I don't know. There's like a couple of things you do in other levels that...
Yeah, I haven't seen the lore of this game in a while, so I don't know the specifics. I just go through the route.
That's what happens when you skip the text all the time.
Yeah. So here's the UFO. It's powered on by ice eggs because that's the move we learned right before entering this level. Come on. There's some...
This is a very extreme angle near the entrance here. Oh, good aim there. All right.
It's faster to get this.
Which side?
Slightly.
Oh my god.
Don't run out of time.
Okay.
Kind of choked there. I had kind of a weird angle there.
I feel like normally you step like a little further into the room
before
taking that shot.
But I was already in first person there, so I didn't want to move.
Yeah, of course.
So the UFO is powered on. He's going to fly off into another level. We'll see him soon. It's another one of those jiggies that you need to do stuff in multiple levels, which I really like that about this run. You don't see that at all in the first game. I just love how all the levels are interconnected. It makes it feel like one big universe.
Yeah, although I feel like some people, especially in their first playthrough, like it's hard to tell if you're missing something or if you just need to then like do it in the later levels.
Yeah.
So
it's technically faster to get this jiggy in the notes at Talon Torpedo. I just tried it there, but the hitboxes can be kind of funky, so I'm just gonna get it while swimming.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just barely faster because it does take a couple seconds for the Talon Torpedo to like get charged up and ready to go. So we're just gonna finish JRL here, the final cheetah page, and Jiggy. Hopefully not get blown up by the pufferfish there. There we go.
It was kind of close.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's JRL complete. So if you remember that glitch we were talking about back in GGM, the DCW, this is where that's going to come into play, yes.
Okay, it's time for delayed cutscene warp.
So yeah.
Let's see, we're going to go into the boss replay menu in the main menu here. We're going to look at Hag 1. So this game has a boss replay feature, which saves to your cart like after you visit the bosses for the first time on any cart or on any file, and you can replay them at will. And so, at any point, you can go to the main menu and just bring up Hag 1, the final boss, if you want to replay that fight or any other fight, which is great. And it plays these cutscenes just as if you had gone there normally in the game. So why is that important? Well, delayed cutscene work. We are using this cutscene as a replacement for the cutscene of hitting that red button in Witchy World that we did all that time ago, where we interrupted it. This cutscene is basically being stored in the game's memory as the last location or last cutscene location watched. And we need to not watch any other cutscenes between this and doing the trick, so that it will send us back here instead of sending us to Witchy World as it would normally do. So, yeah, since this is just the main menu version, we're not actually going to fight the boss here. We're just going to quit out and go back into our file. And unfortunately, we can get from, the start of the game world back to where we set up DCW in Glitter Gulchmine without having to watch any cutscenes along the way. So you can use this not only to warp to the final boss, but also to many different locations. If you ever watch bingo races of this game, there's a lot of cool tech that you can use delayed cutscene warp for, like warping to Toxic Waste or warping to the Terry fight, for example.
Basically anywhere with a cutscene, with a few exceptions, and there is a spreadsheet with the exceptions.
Yeah.
You can use it basically warp anywhere you want in the game, but it just so happens that the most convenient for 100% is straight to the final boss.
Yep.
In the bit clip route for 100%, you would actually warp to credits because that's a much shorter cutscene, and it brings you it still brings you past all the long stuff in Cauldron Keep.
So we enter this room, you're going to see, it'll start to play the cutscene of the saucer going through the loading zone here. And the game is expecting your previous cutscene to be in Witching World, but it isn't. It's Hag 1. So now we're just in Hag 1.
Yeah, this is actually Hag 1 in the file if we beat Hag 1 here, which hopefully I won't die, because if I do, then luckily I put a safety file, but I would still have to watch that whole long cutscene again and then set it up. And it would still waste a good amount of time, but
yeah. So the other thing about doing this glitch is that because we entered Fuel Depot and watched that cutscene, the game has now saved the fact that the saucer apparel went through that trigger, and it won't play that cutscene ever again on this file. So you can only use delayed cutscene warp one time per game file.
So we still have running shoes from GGM, so I'm gonna grab some extra eggs here at the beginning of the fight. So we're gonna use ice eggs for most of the fight because they do 2 damage and can still kind of rapid fire them at her.
Yeah, it's your best damage output. So we just need to hit her 5 times, do 10 damage each cycle. And if you're fast enough, she'll only have to throw 1 green, 1 shot at you per cycle, so that's good.
Yeah, and she'll ask you trivia questions. One of the gimmicks in Cauldron Keep that we skipped is the Tower of Tragedy quiz that asks you questions from the game. And if you answer the questions correctly, she'll actually shoot slower. But we just want to skip right through the questions. Because even her fast attack isn't really that fast, because we can strafe out of the way.
Yeah. So this is actually the final FPS section. Well, not the final section that we'll do in this run, but
well, it's the final section of the whole game.
Yeah, final section of the whole game. So those FPS sections are kind of preparing you for this, and it really is casually, it's quite a difficult boss fight, I have to say. I think the difficulty balancing was spot on for this game.
Yeah, for these mortar cannon phases, you're supposed to jump around and try to dodge them, but you can jump right on the drill there and then look up, remove the reticle.
Yeah, that's a pretty big benefit on the boss fight, is not having to run around and try to dodge those missiles. And plus it reduces lag a lot to be able to jump up on the drill like that. Because for whatever reason it doesn't actually have a hitbox on top. It won't hurt you.
So now Now this is much harder. She shoots 6 times and there's 2 cannons instead. That's very difficult. I'm glad I got that.
Ah, dang.
Well, she shot twice there, but that's okay.
Yeah, missed the 1 cycle on that one. But we didn't take any extra damage, so that's good.
So now she realizes that the mortar cannons are useless, so she's gonna release the power of that V10 beast, or the lag in that case. And then she's actually gonna power the drill on and chase us with it.
Yeah, this is where the fight gets a little trickier, but you just have to... There are some, like, you know, consistent patterns you can do. You can lure the machine over to the wall so that you kind of, like, have more room to navigate around and do the shots that you need.
Yeah, normally in the run, this is where you get the majority of your clockworks, but I'm actually doing really well on clockworks. I'm full right now of clockworks and ice eggs, so I don't have to worry too much.
Yeah, you're all set on the eggs right now.
Yeah, I kind of went overboard on like the safety backup eggs for the marathon. That's okay.
Right,
That'll be
so
safe and sorry.
in a good spot here for the shots, and then we actually have to use clockwork eggs in this boss fight as well. Oh wow, she didn't shoot a second time.
Yeah, we have to use clockwork, 2 clockworks to beat this fight, which is the only reason why you need clockworks in any percent. But, yeah, we can easily just get more clockworks from the rest of the fight. With these phases, you kind of just have to sit there and wait until the phase ends.
You're just close enough to the glass that the drill won't hit you if you stand there.
Jumped a little early there, but saved it.
Yeah. Yeah, these lasers are like deceptively dangerous if
Yeah,
you're playing casually.
they look low to the ground, but the hitbox actually extends pretty far up. You need to do a full jump to get over. Yeah, technically for these phases too, you can just wait for her to stop
one more.
shooting.
There we go.
You can just wait for her to stop shooting there, but it's obviously a lot faster than just shoot her and end the phase quickly.
And you do need to get her health down, like, to win, so. Alright, so now the digger is disabled. Sure. The rest of the fight from here is just, you know, rapid firing right at her. There are a few obstacles that could get in the way, but usually don't.
Yeah, if you're gonna die, it's basically gonna be at this part, because... But I mean, at this point in the fight, she just dropped so much health on the ground that it's pretty free. I have collected a couple of the honeycombs, but it should still be fine. I'm at full health right now. I'm not worried at all.
Yeah, this is looking really good.
So now she's gonna throw the minions at us.
Yeah, and at this point when she has 30 health left, you just do 15 damage at a time, and it's actually faster to like shoot rapid fire blue eggs
Yeah.
than it was be to fire the
Because
ice eggs.
we still want some ice eggs for the later part of the run, just because in the egg menu they're right next to clockworks, so they're nice to use as test eggs for clockwork shots.
That was a pretty tricky Ugger placement.
Yeah, he's usually not right in front of me like that. And then, all
Nice
right,
snipe.
we didn't die. That's the one thing I didn't want to do.
All right, perfect tag one fight.
That's
That was
easily
good.
the most time lost in the run if I didn't die. If I did die.
All right, awesome.
So
we have
that's
that
one
behind
part
us.
of the 100% definition done. Defeat the final boss. Now we just need to get the rest of the items. And the timer is actually going to end on the collection of the final item of the run. But we still
Which
have
in itself
quite
is kind of like a its own little boss.
Yeah,
see.
you'll see at the very end, it's
actually
actually
a-
it's still a pretty climactic end to the run.
Yeah, it just so happens to work out that way.
It turns out the actual final boss of this game is a metal pipe. But
Yep.
we'll get to that a little later.
Yeah, about 2 hours later.
Yeah, well, this is pretty much the halfway point of the run. Maybe a little more than half. So we're gonna enter GGM yet again.
Yeah. So, yeah, now that delayed cutscene warp is all taken care of, we can actually do the Saucer of Peril now. And that's the reason that we have to do the final boss in the middle of the run. Like, there is no way to route it so that you end the run on this delayed cutscene warp because, you know, you need to have sent the Saucer of Peril from GGM into Witchy World right here in order to get one of the Jiggies in this level. So you always have to like do this after you've used up your DCW.
And here's another long auto-scroller minigame. The saucer's gonna fly all the way through Witchy World. We need 500 points for the Jiggy. And if we get 500 points the first time through, it'll give us the Cheetah page and the Jiggy. That's only 400 for the Cheetah page. So for the most part, I'm going to be holding the gold eggs here, but for instance, this part, it's really laggy, and the eggs on the screen just create even more lag, so I just stopped shooting for a bit there.
After that intense final boss, this section is kind of like a section where you can wind back and relax again.
Yeah, I mean, the next like 30 minutes of the run, there's quite a few cutscenes, so it's like you defeated the final boss, you didn't die, congratulations, now you just get to chill for a bit.
Are we going for 569 points?
I could go for 569, that'd be a hot one. I usually go for 501, 502, or 503.
Yeah, I guess that's optimal. You don't want to have all the extra lag.
Yeah, there actually is 1 in a million chance, or like maybe even more than that, they get all blue targets in this minigame.
Yeah, it's like the most obscure randomness in this game is like, it's a really ridiculously low chance to just have all blue targets. I'm pretty sure it's not like just a glitch. It must have been like an intentional feature, but they just decided to make it incredibly rare.
Yeah, one of the devs actually confirmed it. I think it was on Twitter that it actually is like a feature they put into the game. It's just like 1 in a million odds, like I said. I don't know the actual odds, but I mean, you see how many targets are in this game. For them to be all blue, I mean, it's a very, very minimal chance.
Well, it's not like the chance of each target individually happening to be blue. It's more like a single random, you know, event that makes them all blue.
Yeah, I've never gotten it, so I don't know exactly how it works. 354, that's honestly kind of low for this point, but we're still very fine. 500 is a very comfy score for this game.
You get a lot in this section. There's a ton of targets back to back to back. Yeah, we're almost to 500 already.
I think I am going to go for 569 for the meme just because no one does it.
It might be hard to get up that high, but we'll see. This is the last stretch.
Well, I mean, it should be fine.
Maybe. Looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and there are a few sets of targets that are always all blue like that one.
Yeah, that's true.
All
So we need
like
10 more
the
points.
ones.
Oh, one more.
Hey!
Yeah, nice.
Okay, get some nices in the chat. Alright, that's another long mini game down. Now we're gonna go pick up some burgers, and we're actually got a really interesting boss fight here coming up, Mr. Patch.
Oh, right, yeah, because you didn't do that in Witch World 1.
No, we do that in the second trip. We
Yeah.
get all the tickets in the first trip.
Yeah, Mr. Patch is probably the most skillful boss fight in the whole game.
Yeah, I've been getting pretty good fights here the past week, so we'll see. We'll see how he treats me during this run.
What is it with Rare and their level 3 bosses? You know, Mad Jack and Mr. Patch. Both like both significantly harder, or like harder to optimize at least, than most of the other level bosses.
Yeah, at least the thing with Fact, like there's no RNG involved with patches. It's literally all Mr. Patch. It's literally all execution based. So.
Yeah, that's true. It's just very difficult to nail the shots of the patches. At least I find it really difficult.
Yeah. Well, of course, we have to watch another cutscene of him inflating first.
Oh, I like his voice. It's too bad we have to skip most of it.
I failed that tech skip intentionally, for sure.
All right, so the strat here is you want to like try to take out as many targets as you can from the ground, but you only have like a few seconds before the boxing gloves come up to hit you. But if you're fast, you can hit like 3 more right here.
Well, I wasn't high enough
dang.
to get that.
We got two or three.
We can get it in flight here pretty easily.
Okay, so we're back on track now. Ideally, you only do 2 beak bombs, I think. You get 1 to his back left side. Nice! Got all 3 of those, and then go in front of him, and his final 5 on his front. But he starts walking, so like, you know, the hitboxes are constantly moving around, so it can be tough. Nice! That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Solid fight. But yeah, the thing that makes it so difficult is he's like constantly wiggling around, so the hitboxes you're aiming for are like constantly moving.
Yeah, it's funny how he moves. He like wobbles around the room because he's like inflatable and so big. It's just awkward to hit him sometimes.
And here we go for a cool little optimization. Nice. Pick up the Jiggy in flight so we can beak bomb right out the door.
Yeah, casually you'll have such a hard time because you'll get all the patches except for 1 in flight. It's just really annoying. Just like walking on this rope here is really annoying.
Yeah, this is actually surprisingly difficult just to get up to the top of the tent.
Hey, we did it.
Yeah, it's just difficult to like consistently line your camera up with the angle of the rope.
Alright, so we got the best Groggy RNG, and we already got Moggy in Which World 1, so we can get right over to Groggy.
Nice.
Whenever you split up, you automatically are solo Banjo, so if you have both solo Banjo and solo Kazooie stuff to do, it's faster to do solo Banjo stuff first.
Right. So we need to give him the burger.
So here's Groggy. He's, you know, he's got a little meat on him. He wants a burger, because of course he does. And now he's too fat to walk to his mother, so we have to carry him there. Luckily, since he's in the Inferno, he's right there, next to the board pad.
Yeah, all 3 best kids. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's pretty insane for a marathon run. And then we drop him off right next to his mother, and she gives him the beating he deserves. And then Groggy just gets up and runs away. So he didn't actually need a carry on. He's perfectly capable of running by himself. We can't actually skip this text either, so we just speed up through it. So yeah, we watch this cutscene here. Try not to stare at Mrs. Boggy here. I think
the game doesn't let you look away.
I mean, the camera's like right there. You have to like try to. Anyway, the developers definitely knew what they were doing there.
They're just having fun. All right. Kids taken care of. There's not much left in this level. Just a few things with solo Kazooie.
Yeah, there's
take care of in the Cave of Horrors here.
Yep, we take her over here to where the Inferno is. Jump over that fence for a little movement optimization.
There's like 1 Cheeto in this room.
Oh, that might not be high enough.
Oh, dang. Yeah, a little short. Well,
that's fine. There's an optional clockwork shot that I can just skip since I missed that shot. That's fine. Oh, this room's dark.
Actually,
okay,
the green guys were kind of lighting it up. All right.
Yeah. That wasn't too bad. Not as bad as Power Hut was.
Yeah.
So to the left, in the cage on the left there is Gobi the camel from the first game. We actually don't need him in this game at all, so he's just going to stay in jail forever. So we're going to free the dinosaur
Gobi.
and then free the Jinjo, collect it, and then just death warp, go back to the split up pads. And then very important here, when we recombine, we have to get fries. That's for a trick coming up right away in just a couple minutes. We'll explain that when it gets there.
Oh,
But
right.
getting fries is very important. If we forget to get fries here, it's a very, very bad mistake.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is like smuggling the food out of the level through the train.
Yeah, so eventually when we call the train back to Witchy World, the dinosaur that we just freed from the Cave of Horrors is going to run right into the train, and then we're going to bring the sick dinosaur and the lost dinosaur back at the same time.
Yeah, but the thing is, you need to bring food to the like the hungry cavemen in Pterodactyl Land.
Yeah, that's another
And-
key. The Oogle Boogle caves, all the cavemen in there are
Yeah.
cold and hungry, so you need to warm up the fireplaces right next to them, the fire eggs, and you need to feed them food from Witch World.
Yeah. Now you're meant to like go through a claw clamber entrance in Area 51, but we don't get claw clambers until like the very near the end of the run, I think. So it would really cost a lot of time to have to backtrack there.
Yeah.
So it's faster to smuggle the food through the train, and you need to have both, I guess, burgers and fries for that to work. Is that why you had to pick up fries?
Yeah, the way that smuggling the food works, you're not normally supposed to bring food outside of Witchy World. But for the Oogle Boogle Jiggy, there's actually a secret entrance in Witchy World that the game does let you take food through. That goes right into the Oogle Boogle cave. But using that entrance is really slow. So the way we do it is we take the train, and then after we watch the cutscenes of the dinosaurs returning to their mother, we quickly leave the train, and if we have both burgers and fries, the game will only take away the burgers, and we leave the train so quickly that the fries stay in our inventory, and we're able to feed all the cavemen.
Yeah. Alright, and if that train cutscene wasn't enough, we got another dino cutscene to go along with it.
Yeah, we love cutscenes here. Comfy late night run at pace.
Oh, this is fun. Yeah, so when you get back here, you actually have control of Banjo during this cutscene. You can like hit yourself with a grenade to set up for a death warp.
Yeah, we have to set up for yet another death warp in the Oogle Boogle cave. We are running kind of low on grenades at this point in the run, so want to try and conserve them as much as possible, but there is a quick way to death warp without grenades in Oogle Boogle cave though on one of the fireplaces. So yeah, we have quite a few cutscenes here of the train going back to TDL, and then we have to watch both dinosaurs separately run back to the cave.
Yeah, this is like, I don't know, potentially another bathroom break kind of moment.
Yeah, this is definitely a chuffy moment right here. And they run really slowly too, like, come on, we can go a little faster. We got any donations over there, Zernicus?
You guys got to donate, man. We're supporting urban arts, so get your donations in. And I think also if you donate a minimum of 15, you'll be entered to, or you can select to be entered into win a signed copy of Super Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt, or you could win a copy of SM64 1.0, I think. Yeah, 1.0 Japanese version. There's also a Lego Star Wars thingy. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what these what that one is. And there's a Nintendo Switch. If you donate at least $25, you'll be you can enter in to win that.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had prizes, so many prizes. Definitely want to donate to get part of those, especially the signed cartridges. Very limited edition.
Yeah, one of a kind.
Alright, so we're finally done with all these cutscenes. We're gonna quickly leave the train here. That was perfect. So the game only took away burgers there. We still have fries in our inventory. Which it doesn't matter what type of food we have in our inventory as long as we have something to give the cavemen. So get these last 5 notes that we just left here intentionally because we go
They're
right,
right
over.
on the way. Yeah. All right, so this guy is blocking the entrance to the Oogle Boogle Cave. but we don't need to scare him out of the way if we... Oh, dang.
That was
Not
a little
quite.
scuffed. That's okay.
Yeah, like too many egg cycles. Okay, there we go. That's another one of those clockwork warps. So now we take Banjo-Kazooie into here. And, yep, now we can feed all the cavemen, warm them up, and, yeah, also there is a Terry's egg in here that we have to get.
How much for the cart, DK cart signed by iCup and Zern? Well, if we have an extra DK cart, I'll be happy to sign it.
That's a good idea. We should have that next pace.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we have some DK. We were supposed to have DK at this pace, but unfortunately, logistics of it didn't work out. So yeah, we're just going around to all these cavemen, warming them up and giving them their food. When we warm them up first, and then during the cutscene of the warming up, we do a big barge to move right in front of them. Just skips a little bit of walking up to the cavemen and talking to them again.
Yeah, I always found that like very satisfying to watch, the mid cutscene beak barges.
Yeah. We intentionally leave the last one here for this right here because it's right next to split up pads.
Yeah, plus the Jiggy spawns over here.
Yeah. There's a Jiggy. Apparently has bite marks on it according to that text we just skipped, but I didn't see any bite marks on there. I don't know if you saw them, Zern, and I don't know if anyone in chat saw them.
It's too shiny. Hard to tell.
You kind of want to get grenades there, but it's not too important. I'm also kind of low on clockworks, but that's okay. Like I said, I can skip a shot earlier or later to get back on track with clockworks.
Yeah, there's still opportunities to pick up egg nests and stuff.
For sure. We hatched that Dino, Terry's kids there, and now we can death warp.
Yeah, we're all done with the Oogle Boogle's cave. Yeah, you can't really just like leave the cave very easily. Actually, I think it is possible. It used to be considered impossible, but then someone
Yeah, and the bit
found
clip
a way
100%
to,
route, you actually use that secret entrance from Witchy World to TDL to bit clip into TDL, and you actually can leave from that entrance, but it's a very precise trick.
Huh. Now that we know that you can like sort of worm your way around the caveman blocking the entrance, would it theoretically be faster than death warping?
I don't think anyone's timed it yet, but I don't want to deal with it.
But it would be a lot harder, and it would not save much time, if any.
Yeah, definitely not at all, because that trick that you use to get out from that entrance is just so laggy, and it takes a while too to get around him, so
Right.
probably won't save any time. And
Nah,
death
probably
warp's really
wouldn't.
fast.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't actually help.
So we're calling our good friend Mumbo here, and we're gonna use him to enlarge one of the dino kids that somehow got shrinkified.
Yeah, we don't know what happened there, but
We don't ask questions here. We just do the speedrun.
yeah, there's a little bit of movement tech here with Mumbo, because he doesn't really have the ability to walk up slopes normally, but if you sort of jump around the edge of a slope above flat ground, it's again that same kind of slope abuse that you've seen in a few other places. You can kind of reset the slope timer and keep going up this slope, because normally Mumbo can't just like climb up here. But yeah, nicely done, just jumping over the edges there. And that's a shortcut into the Styracosaurus cave.
Yeah, normally you're supposed to warp to Wumbas and then like use a tiny platform to walk across as Mumbo to get to that cage. But, oh, excuse me, but yeah. It's much faster to use that slope abuse.
All right, and with this, we're actually going to be done with this this Dino's Jiggy. After all our hard work.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the longer jiggies of the game that you can't really skip, unfortunately.
fun fact, you can get this Jiggy without grip grab. That was the premise for one of the one of the Tooie challenge series.
Yeah, the challenge series, yeah.
It was the only challenge that I won in the whole tournament.
I don't think I was there for that challenge, but
It was a fun one. Yeah, if you guys like Banjo-Tooie and want to see more of it, in addition to following iCup on Twitch, you should check out the channel Banjo Race. They host a lot of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie tournaments. It's a pretty cool channel.
yeah, Banjo Race it has basically every Banjo game on there. I don't think there has been a Nuts and Bolts or like any of the obscure Banjo games, but definitely you'll see a lot of Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, and you even see a little bit of Grunty's Revenge there. Definitely recommend checking them out. So yeah, we just get that cheetah page real quick the intended way, and then we're off to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, we just need to finish up the Terry's Babies Jiggy, I guess.
Yep. It's kind of funny that gate that we clockwork warped to get past in the first visit, we're actually going to come back through the intended way and open it the normal way. It's kind of funny how things come full circle like that in this run.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to use the split up pads right there. Unfortunately, the only flight pad in this room is right at the bottom of the mountain. So we have to jump all the way down to the flight pad, then fly all the way back up just to get that egg. They couldn't have put like a shock spring pad there or anything. They have to make us do this.
Oh, and when do you get the Chomposaurus, or did you do that already?
Chomposaurus is at the very end of TDL.
Oh, okay.
It's the last thing we do, and then we save and quit.
I see. Alright,
So as we talked about earlier, that's the last one that we need to carry a solo banjo, but we're right here, so good rounding. So yeah, solo banjo, not much you can do really to speed up his movement. It's pretty slow. You can do little hops
on the slopes, I think.
And then we're going to try and drop him off at the same place that Jiggy's going to spawn. Nice.
Oh, cool. I didn't know about that little tech, actually.
It just saves a little tiny bit of movement there.
Yeah. And we'll just quickly death warp to get back to the split up pads.
And now we're going to do Trump, and that's the end of the TDL.
Yeah. This is kind of a fun jump. Whee! Nice.
Yeah,
You do have to land on top of that thing.
Yeah, if you don't, you'll take 4 damage. It's kind of scary. That platform is just barely too high to get up from the water, so you really don't want to fall there. But the normal way to get the Chomposaurus, you're actually supposed to hit a switch that raises a bridge from the split-up pads we used earlier in TDL at the very beginning of TDL. And then you can walk across the bridge and use springy step shoes to get up to that platform.
That might be one of the few things that I didn't know what the intended solution was.
So yeah, you need 75 points to win this game. So definitely don't want to get 69 for the meme here.
Yeah.
There has been one unfortunate soul. I can't for the life of me remember who it is, but someone who did get 69 and then they lost in the game.
Yeah, I knew there was one mini game that you needed 70 on. I couldn't remember which one it was. It's this one. You can go for 96. Oh.
It's easy to get 100 and above on this minigame.
But also you
Towards
want
the
to
end,
set
we
up for the
want
Jiggy.
to walk to the center because the Jiggy spawns at the center of the room.
Yeah. And there's like a pause you can get here if you're very precise. Ah, dang. It's really hard to get. It's like you have like maybe a frame or two.
Yeah, I think it's frame perfect. But if you land on a jiggy, you can just mash pause and get it a little easier. But yeah, that's it for the first 5 levels, basically. We do come back for really short trips, but we're going to unlock the last 3 levels here.
It's puzzle time.
Yeah, it's puzzle time. We got 3 more puzzles to do, and then we're just going to go right into those 3 levels, finish everything up, and that'll be the end of the run. We got maybe another hour and a half left, hour 40.
Yeah, I mean, 3 more levels is not a trivial thing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we're making good progress.
Yeah, this run's going by really fast. So yeah, I'm a little low on clockworks here. You would normally use a clockwork. We have it routed in where you would.
Yeah, you could fire
faster.
one to this.
But I mean, you don't have to.
Biggest Ugger in the game right there.
Yeah, I don't know why that one is just so much bigger than the other ones. It doesn't make any sense. I think this is one of the couple times in a row where we actually enter Jiggy Wiggies from the entrance.
Yeah, in this case, like going to the level entrance is more out of the way from a save and quit. Especially since we want that Jinjo.
So yeah, the final 3 puzzles, my chat knows I'm notoriously bad at, so.
Well, the puzzles just get harder as you go further in, because they take out more pieces.
Yeah, they take out more pieces, there's more RNG involved, and it's just, especially when the monitor is dark like it is now, it's just kind of hard to tell which pieces go where. Yeah, that was a pretty bad puzzle. You want to aim for around 75, 76 there. We are gonna get through it, I promise. We got past Hag 1, so the run's free from now on. Even if we fail roller jump.
Yeah, hopefully not, but we'll see how things go.
Yeah, luckily, that's one of the benefits of playing on CRTs at least. I'm glad we have that at pace, because there's no input delay on CRTs, so it makes roller jump quite a bit easier. Like, I play on an HD TV at home, and there's just a 1/4 second of input delay, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when something like roller jump, where you really need to time your jumps perfectly, it's just really hard. Still no donations? Chat's slacking here.
Yeah, I know it's the middle of the night, but come on. I know some people must be watching right now.
Yeah. I know there's people in my chat. My roommate's here, Mike. Thank you for the moral support, dude. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, this puzzle pieces are really hard to tell apart.
Yeah, HFP puzzle is probably the hardest puzzle, just because half the pieces are just like black.
But further you get toward the end, you can start to be able to tell where everything goes.
68's a pretty terrible time, I'll admit, but
it doesn't look that bad, really.
yeah. Like I said, these final 3 puzzles, there's not really an easy way to practice them because they're so late into the run, so I usually...
And the configuration of pieces is different every time, so...
Yeah.
It's a lot of just reacting.
It's just like fact where you just have to react to whatever RNG you get.
So the next level up is Hellfire, right?
Yes, the next level we will enter is Hellfire Peaks, which is the one we're actually unlocking right now.
Cool.
Hellfire Peaks is definitely one of the cooler levels of the run.
It's coolest and the hardest.
It's definitely the hardest. I'll definitely need to rely on my commentator here. I don't think I've said it yet on stream, but really a huge shout out to Xanadu for staying up and commentating my run. It's making it a lot easier.
It's my pleasure. It's been fun so far.
Yeah, it's been a really fun run. I hope chat's been enjoying it too. And the future YouTube views, because this is a late night run.
Alright, last puzzle of the run. Yeah, those look identical. I don't know.
And sometimes it's a little finicky, like where you try to put the piece down, it's just not exactly where you want it, and then the game just thinks you're doing something else.
All right, we're done puzzles.
All right, puzzles. We done puzzles. Thumbs up. So we're gonna reset out this one to 2.6 seconds after the timer or the screen fades away here. Behold the power of the mighty Jiggy Wiggy. I don't think so. That might have been a little early there. I think we're good though. I didn't really look at the timer right away. I waited like 2.3 seconds there, so I think we're good.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Hopefully we see the bubble.
I can see my timer on the monitor over here. We're actually on pretty good pace.
Yeah, this one's been fine.
Pace. We're on good pace.
Like other than fact, everything's been pretty decent. We got a lot of good RNG as well.
Yeah, Fac and I died on a bonfire cavern. That was obviously a pretty huge mistake.
Oh yeah, I guess that was like the one actual mistake.
8 clockworks, that's a little low for HFP that I would like, but
Yeah,
HFP
best
has
of luck
some
on this
pretty-
level. There's a lot of clockwork tricks, and most of them are not trivial.
yeah. Before we enter the level, get the notes around the tent and not the tent, but the level. It's
Yeah,
also a
Hellfire
level up
Peaks
here.
is definitely like one of the harder levels casually as well. Like it's just hard to survive. There's so many hazards, especially on Fireside. You wouldn't know it from watching a speedrunner, but if you try playing through this level, just like you'll be shocked at how easy it is to die here.
So yeah, here we're actually on a kind of a timer here, in-game timer. After a certain point, Chili Billy, the dragon that's at the very top of the level, is going to start shooting fireballs at us, and we actually need that fireball to trigger a cutscene way over here. So while we're waiting for that, we're going to grab some notes real quick.
Yeah, each half of the level has one dragon on it that shoots down at you, and you do have to defeat both of them for a boss Jiggy. Oh, you trigger the cutscene with the clockwork.
Yeah, we
That's
triggered the
interesting.
cutscene with a clockwork and grab the globo because right after this we want to go back to Mumbo's skull, so it's just faster to send a clockwork down there instead of flying back up.
Man,
We
that's
definitely
really
want
smart.
this flight pad for later.
Yeah, so he's gonna aim at the clockwork instead of at Banjo, and then you get to stay up here and go in Mumbo. Man, I feel like that would have been useful, like even in the old route, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like we just didn't think of it for years.
yeah, I mean, I think that strat's been around for a while. It's just that no one really does it. Not a whole lot of people love.
Huh. Interesting. I guess it does take an extra clockwork compared to going down there yourself, but yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen people doing that strat more for a long amount of time. Like I've only seen it recently incorporated.
Yeah, I don't know too many other people who do it, but I mean, it's an easy strat, so.
Yeah, definitely worth it.
All the Tooie runners in chat, I'm calling you out. So yeah, we get a little cutscene there because it's actually in-game lore that Mumbo and Wumba have a little bit of a rivalry going on. So when Mumbo enters Wumba's wigwam, she's like, no, get the hell out of here. But it's just the quickest way to get Mumbo to Icy Side, which is where all of his stuff is at.
Yeah, for some reason, like they put Mumbo's skull on Fireside, but you only need to use him on Icy Side.
Yeah. But instead of putting his stuff on Fireside, they just decided to take a shortcut. I guess so.
Yeah.
So there's the aliens from JRL, and Alien Dad was doing a little sightseeing, and then he falls off the UFO, and then he suddenly comes to a realization that he's dead after being alive and surviving the fall. Like I said, we don't ask questions.
So Mumbo can try to heal these guys as well. Give life force.
Yeah, Mumbo's skill in this level is bringing things back to life.
Cool little tech is you can break the ice blocks from above, and that's a quicker way to start using the pad.
Yeah, you break the ice block from the top and then fall onto it, and that's faster. That little ice path to that Mumbo pad can also be a little tricky to jump across too, but luckily I didn't fall.
Yeah, you couldn't really tell just from watching, but there are like slippery physics on that. So if you like walk too close to the edge, you can easily slide off.
So now that the alien dad is revived, his kids just magically teleport here, but they teleport in the wrong places. So we have to go save them. It's another fetch the kids jiggy.
Yep. And Mumbo's also needed to give life force back to the Saberman.
Yeah, which is all the way over here on the other side of the level, but we set up for another death warp there. Luckily that Yeti enemy was right there. I don't know the actual names of these enemies, but
Yeti sounds right, I think.
and yeah, for the first time the ice balls and the fireballs get triggered, the dragons talk to you. So, and while they're talking to you, the ice balls don't spawn. So yeah, if I could made it here a little bit faster, I would have just waited for the ice ball to death warp here, but I'm just gonna fall to the ice water below to death warp because he just shot an ice ball, so I'd have to wait a little bit. So here's Saberman, part of another rare game, a pretty obscure one. So we revived him, but he's still cold, so we're gonna have to shoot fire eggs at him, but that's not till later in the route.
Yeah, first we want to take care of some stuff on the fire side.
Yeah. So now we're done with the Mumbo stuff for now. This is actually the only level in the entire run where we have to call Mumbo twice. Once for the alien dad and once for the alien kid. That guy was
Unlucky
nowhere.
hothead spot, yeah.
So we use this flight pad. We have to get up here to Chili Billy, the boss fight. There's actually 2 bosses in this level, one on each side.
Oh, nice landing.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, fun thing about these bosses, the first one you fight, it doesn't matter which one it is that you fight first, it'll give you like a certain, boss pattern, and then the other boss will give you a slightly longer pattern. So for the first boss, we need to do 6 hits, and you'll do like 2 hits at each cannon, but there are 4 cannons, and you want to like create a full rotation. So you actually want to skip a cannon so that you end up back closer to where the Jiggy spawns. So ICUP will try to get as far as he can here on one cycle.
Didn't want to get out of town shot there, but that's okay.
Alright, so we made it over to the next cannon, like 2 cannons over, and now we can just go to one more final cannon, which should be good. Yeah. Sometimes these bosses can be a little scary, but if you are used to the pattern with the tongue, it's not too bad.
Now Chili Billy is dead. We have to defeat both dragons to get the Jiggy. So we get nothing for defeating this one.
Yeah. He's not really dead, he just kind of gives up.
Yeah. But he won't be shooting fireballs at us anymore, so that's cool, I guess.
Yeah, once you defeat a dragon, that side of the level no longer has the shots raining down on you. Alright, and so now since we're up near the top of the level, we can quickly reach this upper warp pad and split up pads. And we'll be learning Banjo's, no, not his final move, but one more Banjo solo move. And we have exactly enough notes, 640.
Yeah, this is that perfect note routing I was talking about. This move requires 640 notes, and we have just barely enough.
Yep.
For Shack Pack here, this is where Banjo gets inside his backpack. broken so he can fit in really tight spaces.
And it also gives him like some sort of heat resistance somehow.
Yeah, a little bit of a little technique there for the death warp. We take fall damage and slide off and land in the lava. It's just a little quicker to die that way.
Yep. Can go over and immediately use Shack Back to get a Jinjo.
Alright, if I get swag bag here, I'll donate another $30.
Oh!
Nice! Baby,
Sick.
the swag. Doesn't save any time, but it looks cool as hell.
How does it not save time?
It maybe saves just barely time. Like maybe a half a second or
I
something.
think it would, yeah.
Alright, so one bonk and I got swag bag, so $40 for charity. We're doing
Alright.
pretty good. And I also got some donations for Fungo cutscene skip, so. Still not enough though, we still got a little ways for our goal, so. We're doing the best we can.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good here on this run.
Yeah, this run's been pretty good so far, especially for a marathon run. I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah. We're getting into the kind of tough parts of the run as well. So hopefully things are still going smoothly. So far, yeah, everything's really nice. Hellfire, definitely a tough level, but navigating it flawlessly so far.
Yeah, this volcano jiggy here, it's pretty chill, laid back too. You just press the switches in the order. Even if you don't know your Roman numerals, the cutscene very obviously shows you where it is. So.
That's true. Yeah, just a bit of platforming to get from switch to switch here. There's a little sort of tight jump you can get used to get to the final switch with a wing whack jump here. Nice.
Shortcut there.
And then we can head on from here to the Icicle Grotto area. There's a few more collectibles you gotta get, like this honeycomb.
Then a little cool movement tech there. We can do wing whack cancels there to slide on the ice and preserve real momentum. It's only for that one little bit though, because this ice here is sloped ground. So if we try to wing whack, we'll just go airborne. It'll be slow.
Get our treble clef. And just make it over here. Clockwork the Jinjo. And we got one more Cheeto page in this area we gotta get.
There is a faster clockwork shot you can do in this part, where you can do it's not a parallel clockwork shot, but it's a pretty precise, like, small crack in the wall you can shoot a clockwork through. But I mean, I'm still pretty low on clockworks here, so I'm just gonna do the safe method, go through here. It's not that much slower. Like, that other method saves maybe 5 seconds if you get it immediately.
Yeah, this is the safe way to get the Cheeto page.
Yeah. And then we can quickly death warp on this icicle right here.
Alright, so a couple big tricks coming up here. I think we have like slit clip, which is another clockwork. Oh wait, that's later.
Not quite yet.
Not yet. Okay.
We gotta do a section here where we go up here, get the honeycomb with another clockwork.
Right.
Oh, I might actually be low on clockworks, or maybe I might just have just enough. We'll see. I think I have just barely enough.
Well, I'm thinking what is the next part of the route? I guess we're just getting glide here.
Yeah, we're getting glide, and then we're gonna hatch the alien kid to warm him up so he goes back to his father.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another perfect note routing.
Nice little bit of camera manipulation there to try to reduce lag.
Yeah, this section's really laggy. I mean, this is the least laggy we can get, but it's still pretty laggy.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's no direction that you can look that gives zero lag in this area. There's another little...
Oh, I didn't want to let go of A there. Oops, that's...
We'll come down and have to get that after
Yeah,
Chili Willy,
I can
guess.
get that Jinjo as BK later. That's fine.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's a quick death warp, I guess.
Sure. Alright, so this is the trick I was thinking of. Slit clip.
Yep.
We position ourselves up against this wall. There's a little visual cue up against the wall. And you can walk a clockwork through and out of bounds behind that wall and drop it all the way down. Nice, perfect, first try. That is not as easy as he made it look. It's very easy to accidentally either like clip the clockwork, like keep it inbounds for too long, or to get it to blow up on the lava, because the lava extends out of bounds. But you can just barely like jump it far enough to reach that jiggy cage.
So yeah, we have 3 clockworks, 1 for ice wall, 1 for ice train, and 1 for the Jinjo. So yeah, we have a perfect amount. So that clockwork shot from the windy hole Jinjo with BK is a little tough. I haven't done it in a while, so hopefully I get that first try. Yeah, coming up here, we have a pretty tough section. I'm gonna need to focus here.
Yeah. If you want, I can like explain the trick afterwards, so
Yeah.
so to not distract. Yeah.
This should work. Actually, I think that's a little fat crack there. Oh.
That'll definitely work, right?
Yeah. Okay, that was pretty fast. So I'll throw a grenade here to break the ice cubes down here early, so that when we go back down there, the notes will be free.
All right, now here's Chili really early. Oh, nice.
Oh, and I skipped the ledge grab too. That was
sick.
Hard.
That's ideal. That's perfect.
Hell yeah.
All right, so what he just did there is he was hanging out on the slope. Just you have to keep jumping off the slope and back on to refresh the slope timer, and you have to use an audio cue to listen for when Chili Willy's about to fire his ice ball at you, and you need to like jump out, try to flutter in midair for as long as you can, and you have just enough time to like hang in the air to get hit by the ice ball with enough height to launch you upward onto the ledge above. And that is actually a big time saver. It might not necessarily look like it, but that saves needing to come back with claw clamber boots. So that's huge.
Here's the second boss that we fight. You can fight the Dragon Brothers in any order you want, but it just so happens that the second dragon we fight in the run is Chili Willy. He has 12 health. The second dragon always has 12 health. You can shoot 3 eggs per cannon, so we have to use them all anyway. So we do our complete rotation. It's just a little more challenging. We jump there to reduce a little bit of lag from the ice ball crashing onto the ground there.
Very nice fight. Really clean.
Yeah, I'm glad that section went well. That section can go very wrong very easily. Hope the carbs are coming in handy. How's it going, Twig? Had a nice Olive Garden run with the boys before this.
Yeah, we really filled up.
Yeah. Forgot how much food they give you at Olive Garden.
Okay.
I'm gonna get an extra clock here just to be safe.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. You want to have one extra if you're about to go into Ice Train, for sure.
Yeah, and I need to get that Jinjo too, so.
Yeah. Hopefully the Yeti stays out of the way here. Oh, that
This
looks a little tricky. Yeah.
Try again. Luckily, we don't have Chili Willy's ice balls to deal with.
Nice.
I thought that was gonna miss, but luckily it made it.
I heard the Jinjo noise. I was like, okay, you got it.
Yeah, that was a little delayed for me, I guess.
All right. That wasn't too bad of a detour compared to Solo Kazooie.
No, I don't think that wasted too much time. It took me a little bit to set up that shot there, but I think that shot's cooler to show off anyway.
Yeah. That's where your bingo experience comes into play, because you're at least used to doing like different variations of tricks, like that one.
So yeah, unfortunately, there's an ice cube couple in the game, Mildred and George. That was Mildred right there. So, you know, she's just very nice. She's just saying hello, and then we have to murder her for a Jinjo. It's quite sad.
Poor Ice Cube thing.
And we feed Boggy his fish that we got in that little lava pool from that little swag bag section there.
All right, so here's that last clockwork shot that we need in this level. This one's pretty tough. You got to line up right on the edge of this door frame. Oh, that looks really good. And this is one of those parallel clockwork shots. So we're using ice eggs as a tester here just to make sure that we're aimed perfectly. And when we send the clockwork through, once you get 2 tester eggs through. So that was really fast. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was really good. That skips a lot, too. That skips freeing Gobi and Cave of Horrors in Witchy World. It skips hitting both train switches in HFP, both the one on the fire side, ice side. Then you have to bring the train to fire side. Then the train gets too hot because it's on the fire side, so you need to use Gobi to cool the train down. And then finally bring it back to icy side. That's a really long jiggy, casually. And we just skip all that with the clockwork.
Yeah. Man, this has been clean.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good run. I'm glad all that practice I did during the week is paying off. That's the one benefit to having a late in the week. Jesus. Like I said, I'm not used to night shift. So we free one of the alien kids there, right?
Yeah, we're almost done with the alien family now.
Yeah. And we have one more to free here. But when we free it, it turns out, oh no, he died. So we have to call Mumbo back to revive him. But before we do that, we have to enter Wumba anyway to...
We get to use this, oh, I need some water. We need to use the snowball, which is a pretty fun transformation in this level.
Yeah, Snowball is a pretty unique transformation. He's set to 5 health, and each health is like a different size for the Snowball. So we're at 1 health right now, which is the smallest form, and when we roll around in the snow, we're going to gain health and gain size or mass, however you want to put it. And we need 5 health, or the maximum size of the Snowball, to press a switch for the oil drill that's up here at the top of Icy Side. And there is a strat you can do here to jump up the cliff of the Icy Side, and it saves a few seconds if you can get it perfectly, but I'm not really experienced with that strat, and it's easy to get stuck or fall down the cliff, so I just warp to upper fire side and go up that way.
Cutting that jump a little close.
Yeah.
Or so it seemed.
It's definitely optimal to jump instead of going around, but I cut that a little close. This Snowball doesn't really have a high jump.
So this oil drill jiggy is interesting because this is one of those pipes that connects one level to another. So even though the jiggy is sort of part of the HFP set of jiggies, it's spawning here in the Grunty Industries basement, and it's technically a transition between levels. So you're meant to go through the pipe from Hellfire as a solo banjo using the Shack Pack move, but you'll see that we don't actually do it that way. When we get to Grunty's Industries, we have a little shortcut.
So yeah, we also get those notes down there as a Snowball. We could get it later. If we do fall as a Snowball, there is a strat that we can get it much later during the Grunty Industries section where we come back here to clean up, but luckily I got it as a Snowball, so that is a little detour that wastes a few seconds, so I'm glad I got that.
Yeah, we are almost ready to wrap up HFP. I think we just need to finish the Alien Jiggy and Kickball, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Alien Kids, and then we have a Jinjo and a Cheetah page to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, this is the only level where we call Mumbo twice, just because of how that works. We have to revive the Alien Dad, then go back to BK, and then free the Alien Kid, and then revive him. There's no way we can get around calling Mumbo twice here.
Yeah, there's a lot of just hard required switches in certain levels. Like the way that Witchy World, you need to use the van to get Mumbo to use the van again. It's kind of similar here. Alright, jumping up once again.
Have to walk across this treacherous, icy bridge here.
Yeah, at least you're not being shot at by Willy this time.
revive the alien kid, and he just magically levitates up. And now all the kids are reunited, the family's reunited, everyone's revived, and they're just gonna go on their merry way and give us a jiggy.
And he has a little ginger plushie. Does that mean that the Jinjos are also aliens?
Yeah, one of the aliens there is holding a Jinjo. I think another one's holding Donkey Kong, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, nice! It landed right on
That
the
was
jiggy
nice,
there.
yeah.
That doesn't happen very
Actually, you normally would take fall damage when you jump off, or when you walk off of that, but if you use the wand attack as you walk over the edge, then you don't take any fall damage.
often. Yeah, that's pretty easy to do because the ice is slippery, so you can just like slide off and do it. Alright, we're getting to the end of HFP, which is a relief because HFP is a very tough level. It went very well, I think.
Yeah, we still have kickball.
Yeah, we still have kickball, but I mean, as far as execution goes, that guy, that hothead has been trolling me this run.
Yeah, he hit you twice.
Alright, but first we need to make a little detour here on the
Right.
Coliseum wall here. We need to get a cheetah page, hopefully land. No, it's kind of hard to land right there.
Yeah.
And that cheetah page is so close to the wall, we don't even need to do an egg bar, just shoot an egg and we'll get it.
Here we can just take an intentional hit from the lava on the ground and sort of angle our trajectory behind the waterfall before we lose the iframes. So yeah, that skips, you know, turning off the waterfall, I guess. Alright, and we are ready to go through back to Mayhem Temple. We have yet to use Wumba in the first level because we were waiting until we had access to this room, the Mayan Kickball Stadium.
We did activate the warp though, so we can head right back here.
Yep.
Kind of funny how we don't complete the first level of the game until 3.5 hours in, basically.
And get that Globo as well. So yeah, the Mayhem Temple has you transform into a little stony that you need to play as for the kickball tournament. And there are 3 rounds for 1 Jiggy in Mayhem Temple and another 3 rounds in HFP for a second Jiggy. And the Mayhem Temple rounds are pretty easy. The HFP one not so easy, but kind of, again, it comes down to the luck of how well the AI play and such.
Now that we're getting the kickball, it actually reminds me that coming up in CCL here, there's an image that I need to pull up on my phone here to help me with some of the RNG that we're going to see at the very beginning of the level. Luckily, kickball has quite a few cutscenes, so you saw me pull out my phone there. That's because I'm pulling up that image.
So kickball rounds 1, 2, and 3, we just need to score the most points in your own goal. And yeah, whoever gets the highest score is the winner. So you do run a little faster than these guys, but you know you have to beat them all. So
The highest score wins, but it's the first level of the game. I mean, it's not hard. Oh, sometimes it can charge at you and be a little aggressive. But yeah, I mean, they haven't even scored yet, so.
oh, there's yellow,
Yeah,
almost
they're
getting
not,
a point,
they're not good
even.
at scoring, so you know. I like to just watch them sometimes.
Oh,
I
red
blocked
missed.
that one. Oh, I feel bad for him. I'm gonna give him that one.
All right.
Oh, you want the ball, don't you? Oh, I'll let you have it. Oh, they destroyed both of those balls. Here, you can have the ball. Come get it. Oh, never mind.
They missed anyway.
And we still win. There's not a whole lot you can do here. It's just wait the timer out.
Yeah, you can't speed these up. You just have to win. All right, now we have red balls. They just subtract score. So You can shoot them into your opponent's goals if they have points.
Getting a little aggressive there. Kind of taunt them a little bit. I've been theory crafting ways to make kickball a little interesting when I finally get on the stage.
Yeah. Yeah, you can really manipulate like they'll try to chase you, so you can actually like kind of run out the timer.
Yeah.
Just like real soccer. Just joking.
Give Yellow some points. Yellow and I kind of have a history with kickball, but sometimes, especially in HFP, he likes to really screw me over. But, you know, maybe if I'm a little nice to him, he'll be a little nice to me. We'll have to see. Here's the final round, third and final round of kickball. This one can actually be a little challenging because we forgot to mention that where the balls spawn are RNG, and sometimes they just spawn like right in front of the other players, and there's nothing you can really do. Like that, right there.
Oh, that was a good interception there.
Yeah, that's good.
And then you can like
Now
use
he
the
can
bombs
use
to blow them
bombs
up.
to stun everyone.
But purple has 6, so.
Yeah, and he's about to get that ball. I think we're gonna score again, just be safe.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, okay, purple didn't
Okay.
get that one.
Now we can just blow them up.
Alright. That was actually kind of close for an empty kickball, not gonna lie, but luckily we didn't lose.
Yeah, we still like almost doubled second place points. All right, HFP kickball. Let's go. In HFP, you need to have the least points to win. So you're mostly playing goalie.
Yeah, HFP, they decided to switch it up a little bit. Lowest scorer wins, but kind of like golf, but the strats are a little less interesting. And HFP is the AI is a lot more challenging, so we can't really screw around like we do in MT kickball too much. Shout out to the late night crew getting it done. 24/7 content all week long here at Pace. Woo! Woo! Shout out to everyone in chat right now too. Late night crew in chat, always appreciate it.
It's purple. Yeah, purple's got 0.
Oh yeah, purple's got 0. You gotta watch
Next
out for
chance
that.
you have
If
to-
a goal spawns right in front of my goal like that, you can just kick it. Okay, now red only has 2. So. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at chat, just like at home.
Come on, red.
Red needs some points. If you tie, it counts
red.
as a loss. So you really need to make sure that you're not tied with anyone. Try to be safe. Oh, yellow got screwed over. I feel
Wow,
kinda
yeah,
bad.
yellow got a ton of points. All right, we advance. Next round is just score as many as you can because it's only red balls.
Yeah,
so-
it's only red balls. We get introduced to red flashing balls, which take away 2 points. But this is the most unique round of kickball because everyone starts with 50 points. So you have to just shoot as many balls into the goal as possible. You can't just play goalie.
Yeah, so we just want things to spawn close to us.
Oh, I missed that first one. Red, what are you doing?
Oh, okay, those are all pretty good spawns.
3 right there, wow. Oh!
Oh no, intercepted. Oh, but he didn't get it out, so that's fine.
Yeah, you can press B to do a little charge attack too. I don't like to do that because it's kind of slow.
Yeah, it has like a lot of
Kind of
fun
stops
there.
all your momentum and it takes a second to get running again. It's not really useful anyway. The AI does it. The AI charge attacks are actually kind of OP. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good so far. We only got 8 seconds left. It's looking really
Red
good.
red is a little scary, but hopefully we got this. Yeah, we got it. Solid. Okay, that's honestly probably the scariest round. If you get really bad luck.
So final round of kickball, it's just a regular like low score wins. We just play goalie, but it introduces yellow flashing balls. which give you 4 points. So if you get scored on a yellow flashing ball, it's actually really dangerous. You also need to make sure every other opponent scores because, like I said, if you tie, it counts as a loss.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, tried to shoot a bomb at me. Getting feisty.
Wow. All right, so far so good.
It's looking pretty good.
This is
so
pretty
far.
ideal, actually.
We still got 20 seconds left. Oh, they didn't even shoot at my goal. They were right in front of me. All right. Yeah, if 2 balls get shot into your goal at once, there's not a whole lot you can do.
No, but fortunately, everybody racked up a bunch of
All right,
points.
we didn't lose kickball. That's great.
That's really good. Yep. It was very kind today. Look at that, we're at 61 jiggies already, man.
Yeah, this
Cruising
run's
along.
going by really fast. I mean, we're on a really good pace right now, so. Yeah, Banjo-Tooie, like I said, the speedrun, the 100% speedrun is really underrated, and I'm really glad that it's finally getting some attention in these mainstream speedrunning events. And like I said, this is the first time 100% is being shown. Even though it's dead at night, I mean, I'm so ecstatic that it got through, and I'm still in disbelief that I'm the one that gets to show it off. So, yeah, huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes at Pace for making that happen. I really appreciate it.
I could tell you've been putting in a ton of practice too. Like, this is so clean.
Yeah, I've been doing at least one full run in the practice room every day all week, which is a little insane. But hey, whatever works, right? I wanted to make sure my first time on the stage was a good one. So
All right, the bubble's here.
notes.
Good. You didn't reset too early.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. All right, so we're all set. Got dirt patches ready?
Yes, I got it on my phone during the kickball cutscenes.
Cool.
I wanted to get like a printout version of it, but unfortunately my printer at home ran out of ink before I got it ready like last minute, and my printer was out of ink, and I didn't have time to go get some. So here's Mr. Fit. We have a triathlon that we need to get this jiggy for. The first one is pretty easy. You're supposed to use springy step. Oh! Oh no!
What a save. Oh my god.
Oh, that's never happened before, at least.
How did that? Oh my god.
Oh, that was sick. But yeah, that first one you're supposed to use springy step shoes, and you can get one of these dirt patches here to jump across the bar. But okay, that's health, so I need to drill in this one. And then that's not an empty honeycomb, so I go over to this one next.
That's maybe the worst pattern you could get for this.
And then, God, I can't tell which one that is. I think it's this one.
No.
Wait, I got health.
Just get
right?
all of them now. I don't know. Oh,
God, I don't know where I am. I'm just gonna get this one.
Oh no.
No.
Which one is it?
Dirt patch is 100%. Oh no.
Oh
Good
no.
content, at least. This is what happens when you play at 4:15 a.m.
All dirt patches.
All dirt patches percent. Let's go. World record. Time to reset.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
This run's gone on for far too long.
Alright, speaking of RNG though, much more important than dirt patches is where is Minky Django?
Yes. So Minji Django, the boss fight, which is a Mumbo impersonator, can either be in this skull or in the red skull on the other side of the level. We'll see here. Moment of truth. Ah, we got
No.
bad skull luck, man.
Sad.
This has been a terrible CCL so far. But
Oh man.
anyway,
Unfortunately, like, this game can just, you know, say, screw your PB chances. We are giving you terrible luck at the late part of the game.
yeah, and this is one of the worst instances of RNG in the run. If you fail, if you get bad luck here, you have to walk Mumbo all the way across Central Cavern, which is 2 loading zones, and it's a lot of slow Mumbo movement, so it wastes around 55 seconds. It's a pretty hefty time loss at the very end of the run here.
Yeah, very unfortunate to get that bad luck. But I guess everything's kind of trying to balance itself out in some way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Although Fact was bad too. I feel like overall the luck, I guess it's been medium. Like there's some things that were really good luck, but then just that alone being the
Yeah.
bad skulls.
We
like,
got
kind of
perfect
cancels
kid
out
luck,
for a
like
lot
I
of it.
said.
Yeah.
We got perfect kid luck, so we have to get bad skull. It's just how it is. It has to balance itself out.
Yeah, grinding for like really good luck in this category can be pretty brutal.
Yes, it can be pretty demoralizing if you make it to CCL on PB pace and then the game just says no.
Yeah, at the high level, like going for a record, if you get bad skull, like generally speaking, your run is just over.
So here we use Talon Torpedo to release the water from this pool here, and it's gonna drop down all the way in the TDL and fill the pool here. And in case you haven't seen, there's actually a dinosaur in that little cave there. And he's so happy he can finally drink his water. Remember to stay hydrated, everyone, by the way. I just hydrated during this cutscene. You should be hydrating too. This is a long run. I want to make sure you guys are safe. So yeah, we intentionally dive right below that platform so we can just quickly get back up here and get to this flight pad and hopefully not get killed by this idiot.
Yep. Zubbas are the worst. Actually, hotheads are the worst, but Zubbas are a close second.
I got hit twice by the same hothead. Hotheads are way worse.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we have to fight Banjo-Tooie in this skull, the wrong skull, because the Mumbo pad is right below this skull right here.
Yeah. So this is Cloud Cuckoolin's boss fight.
Yeah,
It's
there's
a fake Mumbo. Hopefully we can get the quick kill here. There is a strat to stun him and use the gold feathers. So that's what we'll try.
So I'm gonna shoot an egg to start, and then I'm gonna poop 3 during the cutscene. Hopefully one of those 3 will hit him. Perfect.
Nice.
And
That looks perfect.
I should be able to stand here and use gold feathers. That's why we collected gold feathers at the beginning. That's very, very good.
Perfect fight.
Perfect. Yeah, if you don't get that quick kill, this is actually a pretty challenging fight, especially on 5 health. He like warps all the way around the room. His shots home on you,
yeah.
and it's actually a pretty challenging.
It goes
boss fight.
from like, you know, being free to being really hard, really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, Minji Jongo has a pretty graphic death there. His head kind of just explodes.
All right, now we do the Mumbo mission.
Right? So yeah, unfortunately, since Mumbo's in the blue skull here, we have to walk Mumbo all the way across the entire stage, basically, to get him to his Mumbo pad.
Hopefully one day we'll find an RTA viable, like, or whatever, skip for Mumbo in this level. Like some way of getting solo banjo right up to the sack race.
Yeah,
That'd
you
be
know
really
what? I
cool.
think there is actually a bounty for that. If someone out there is really interested in this run and really interested in Banjo-Tooie now and wants to find some way to skip the beanstalk here.
That'd be the next big time saver in 100%.
Yeah, definitely. It would remove a minute-long RNG loss, and it would also just save going to get Mumbo, which is a trip in and of itself.
It's just so funny to watch him like land on his head.
Yeah, the fall damage animation from Mumbo is pretty funny. I have gotten killed by this Zubbas before too. Okay, luckily he dive bombed me, so it's pretty good.
Yeah. Once you're on the pad, he can't like interrupt that anymore. So.
And Now Mumbo's doing his rain dance, which is probably the most fitting for the little dance he does here. And he's gonna create a rainbow to go across to the pot of gold. And we only planted one of the 2 beans. The only reason you know that there's 2 beans
what
is
does the
because
other
I
beanstalk go
did
to?
dirt patches 100%, but we didn't plant the second bean because we don't need it. We're gonna do a pretty precise jump as Solo Banjo to skip it.
I've never seen what does the second bean do. Like,
Yeah, the second bean is up the cheese wedge. Sorry,
okay.
I explained it like it was for Mr. Fit, but
Oh, because
That's the one we
casually
did.
you're expected to go to cheese wedge with solo banjo also.
yeah.
Oh, okay. But we just go there with solo kazooie
Yeah,
instead.
the intended way for a cheese wedge is to use sack pack to ride those like floating onions that have spikes on them
Right.
up to the top, and then use shack pack to go through. We actually use solo kazooie, but we'll see that a little later. Nice chat imitating Mumbo there.
Yeah, now that we're done with the mumbo section, the rest of this level flows pretty nicely.
Yeah, the rest of the level is... CCL's a pretty short level, actually. We're only here for like 25 minutes, which is pretty short compared to the other levels in this run. I wait to get ice eggs and grenade eggs there.
Yeah. Nice. Good
Always
leading.
kill that Zubba with a grenade, because we have to stand here for a bit to shoot a clockwork.
That was just good leading to the shot there. And this is like a beak bust recoil. You can use that to fall any distance without taking damage.
And we do a pretty precise jump here to skip hatching that egg that has like a... It's called the Floatius floatum. It's like a creature that you can use taxi pack to put it in your backpack, and it makes you float across the gap there.
And this is the highest note value move in the game.
Yep, 765 out of 900 notes required.
Okay, so we still need solo banjo for like a little bit more in this level.
Yeah, we can do a little cheeky double jump there to skip ledge grabbing there. And then if you did get good skull, that's where you get the notes there. It's still optimal to get the notes there, solo banjo, because solo banjo is very slightly faster than Mumbo. Alright, I have died to this Zubba this week, okay. We're good.
He went the other way this time. Oh, another really cool trick here to skip the egg hatching. Sack pack, double jump, pack, whack, another jump, and we just make it over the gap. Very cool.
So we get into sack pack before we start the Mr. Fit race. Because if we just walk up to him, he's like, "Oh, you don't even have a sack, you can't race me." And then he's like, "I see you have a sack for one of the more popular
One of the
coffee
classic
pastas in the
Banjo-Tooie lines.
So yeah, we can go right across that shortcut and just absolutely destroy him in this race.
Very nice.
And we jump off the edge there to end the race slightly faster.
And then we can just take a quick death warp here.
So we have to fall a pretty long distance, but that's still the fastest way to death warp there.
Alright, now some solo kazooie stuff we can do. First, use these springy step shoes to get this one out of the way note nest in this high alcove.
And then we can also crouch slide off ledges to cancel fall damage to solo kazooie.
I think we're heading over to the pot of gold first.
Yep. And since the rainbow is here, we don't need the rainbow at all to do this, but since it is there, we can quickly use it to get across to the pot of gold, and we can use it to jump on that coin switch there.
So pot of gold, like one of the only mini games that you can actually kind of speed run it.
Yeah, this one,
This one
if
and
you
the
hit
first
all,
person mini games, I guess.
yeah, if you hit all 100 jiggies in this minigame, it actually ends early. It's one of the few
Oh no.
minigames like that. That happened to me early in the practice room, and it actually killed me. So
Good thing you had 2 health
Yeah.
this time. Yeah.
And there's a little cool movement tech there. You can like slide and turn to like quickly get the right angle to shoot the eggs there.
Yeah, this is actually a really hard minigame to optimize because if you have to spin around and getting like an ideal speed on the joystick can be really awkward. But that looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's hard to find like the perfect like speed because you kind of want to go fast, but you can't go too fast because if you go too fast, you'll miss a jiggy like I just did there.
Oh,
It's kind of hard to optimize this minigame.
oh yeah, that one.
There's a couple there. Oh, there's one there. A 9 is still very solid.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
See some people in the chat saying they're falling asleep. This is a very comfy late game run, so or late night run, but yeah. I notice when I do Tooie Hundo runs at night, I definitely start to feel a little sleepy, but I'm so glad to be here at PACE Summer 2023, raising money for a good cause, urban arts.
I thought I would be having a harder time staying up for this, but this has been like really fun.
Yeah. You know, I've been speedrunning
Just
for
a
almost
lot of
9
fun.
years now, and this is my first time on the stage, so still pretty hype, you know. I got my roommate over there, Mike, cheering me on in the crowd. Let's go, man. See a couple more people there, too, in the late night crew. Awesome. Love to see it.
I was really scared for the Zubba to hit you there.
Yeah.
No, what? I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't expecting that either. That's another one that's never happened before.
Uh-oh. Well, we gotta just fly back out there.
Yeah, it's quicker to go outside the red exit here.
It doesn't take too long to get anywhere with Solo K in this level. But
The longest part of this trip is the loading zones. Excuse me. Yeah, that was a deciding factor in me submitting to PACE because it's on the East Coast, and usually speedrun events don't happen on the East Coast where I live, so figured I'd submit it, and I'm very happy they accepted it. So we can't skip any of this text. The game forces us to learn the lore of the trash can minigame here. I was gonna get evicted if he doesn't clean his stuff up, so.
They must have been just too proud of that one.
But instead we have to do all the work for him, because of course we do. Kill all these germs. If only it was this easy in real life to clean.
Can you imagine if you had to like battle?
Although if germs
giant
were that big in
sentient
real life-
germs, yeah, that are the size of you.
Yeah, if germs were that big in real life, I'd probably be more apt to clean my room and stuff. Kind of calling myself out there.
We gotta get a ginger in here also.
Yeah, we do another clockwork shot here, right from the exit to hopefully get out of here quicker. Just barely gonna have time to get over there, actually.
Looks
Then
good.
hopefully the jiggy will land on me during the cutscene. Nope,
Almost.
almost. And then we're right next to the exit, so we can just run right out.
All right, pretty cool clockwork warps coming up.
Yeah, there has been a new strats found for Cheese Wedge to do it as BK, but I like to do the old method here where we do clockwork warps here as Solo Kazooie. I think this is a more cool looking strat anyway. But this does have a chance of soft locking the game, so hopefully even my
Unlikely.
PB loses all the time in CCL, and I have
Oh, dang.
this run too. Yeah.
That's a
unfortunately,
tough jump. Yeah, there's some like really tricky sort of platforming you have to do on these little
Yeah,
alcoves.
really awkward here. You have to like jump at the perfect time. There we go. Alright.
So this is another one of those poop a grenade and then fit a clockwork through the hole.
Good.
Very nice.
We have
One
to do
more?
another one here. That one
Looks
has
good.
kind of a setup. Wait for 3 bounces there of the grenade, then shoot the clockwork.
Yeah. Perfect. And we are out of there.
Then I walk a little ways like into that little room there to reduce lag on the death warp.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because if you try to death warp like against the window, it's so slow.
Yeah. So over here we have Super Stash. You're normally supposed to hit 4 switches with clockworks throughout the level, and they're all throughout the level to unlock the safe. But there's
very
a
noticeable gap.
huge, very noticeable gap in the safe right there. You just shoot a clockwork right through it. Like, you could turn on your console right now and do it first try. I mean, you saw how huge of a window I had there.
800 notes.
800 notes. I haven't missed anything yet. That's the one thing. I didn't want to die to Hag 1, and I didn't want to forget anything, and that it looks like I'm on track to do that. So I'm a happy camper. And honestly,
Bye-bye, George.
besides the stuff in CCL and the Bonfire Cavern, this has been a very solid run.
Yeah.
So here we push George out. He wants to land on the icy side. He thinks he will, but oh no, he lands in the fire side. He lands in the boiling hot water. Oh no. How tragic. Can I get some F's in the chat for our boy George?
It's Canary Mary time.
All right, the most infamous part of Banjo-Tooie. If you've ever played this game before, you know what's going to happen here.
We got some mashing.
Yeah, the third race you don't have to try too hard, but yeah, I think I mentioned this in GGM when we were first doing Canary Mary, but
You have to just keep the rhythm going.
yeah, it's
you know?
more about the rhythm. It's not about the actual speed of your mashing. You can keep a pretty slow, all things considered, rhythm of mashing. Like, I'm not really mashing that fast, and you can see I'm going pretty steady here. It's all about keeping the rhythm. Although the fourth race, you have to keep up a pretty steady rate. I wanted to slow down a little more there to reduce the lag here, but that still wasn't too laggy.
Yeah, I think that cutscene isn't much lag.
Alright, now, Canary Mary 4, this is where I'm really gonna have to try hard, so. I'm about to blow everyone's mind who's ever played this game.
Alright, this is the long one.
Yeah. That's the hard part about this race, how long it lasts. I like to keep the controller steady in my lap, and then I use my index fingers to mash, and I start with my right because I'm right-handed, but when my right arm starts to get tired, I switch to my left index finger until my right arm feels better again, and then I go back with my right. Like I said, as long as you keep a pretty steady rhythm, you should be able to beat her just fine. Canary Mary does rubber band, so
Yeah,
you
so
know.
you definitely don't want to let up in the second half. For people who are like just having a hard time with pressing the button fast, you could like do a strategy where you try to stay like close behind until the end, and then pass her near the end. But for a speed run, like it's generally better just to try to mash consistently the whole way through.
yeah, it's a speed run. Like if you're a casual player, you can like pause if you get tired, but
Oh yeah, that's also true. You can like pause in the middle
yeah, you
of
can
this.
pause during this race. But as you can see, I'm absolutely destroying her.
Yeah, one more turn. She's not catching up. Nicely done.
She does rubber band quite a bit there, but thank you. So now she's gonna fly away into oblivion and we never see her again. 69 jiggies, nice, and 20 cheetah pages. I'm not forgetting any of those. That's good.
Very good.
So there's a Jinjo up here, so we actually stand on the mat to talk to Wumba and then shoot that Jinjo with a clockwork. Then mash B to blow up the clockwork and talk to Wumba at the same time, basically.
Kind of skips the clockwork blowing up cutscene.
Yeah.
Alright, we get to play as the bee,
Yeah, my favorite transformation.
the one transformation that came back. Well, I guess one of two transformations technically that came back from Banjo-Kazooie. The other one is the washing machine, but you don't really get to play as the washing machine in Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, the washing machine is more of an Easter egg in the first game, but this is the actual like transformation you can do in the first game. So here we have these weird eyeball plants.
Yeah. Oh, and this is like another little skip. This is another one of those things that Solo Banjo is meant to do with Shack Pack, I think.
Yeah.
But you can drop down here with the bee.
Don't want to land there, but that's okay.
You just need to sort of go at a horizontal angle there, and yeah, you're good enough. You're in.
Yeah, as long as you get stuck in the thing there, you can get through.
Yeah. You just sort of zoom
Nice.
right through the hole there. It's pretty precise, but you can get right through there as long as your angle is good.
You're supposed to use Shack Pack as Solo Banjo. Use one of those cannon plants right there to shoot over that jelly castle as Solo Banjo. You use Shack Pack to get through that small entrance here.
Alright, and the Mr. Fit Jiggy, we can finally
Yeah.
get it here.
This is kind of a funny little thing. He doesn't care if you're a bee or anything. He still wants to race you, even though it's not going to be a fair race at all because he's going to be running. And as you see, the bee can fly pretty fast, so we're just going to absolutely destroy him. If I can get airborne, there we go. He runs pretty fast. You definitely need running shoes if you're going to run this, but the bee can just absolutely obliterate him. It's not even fair, but we don't care about fairness. We just care about getting everything.
It's not like the game cares about fairness on other
Yeah,
things.
apparently the game doesn't care either. It could have been very easy for them to just code it and be like, hey, you're a bee, this isn't fair, but nope, they just let us do it. So final eyeball plant right here at the top.
Nice airborne Jiggy grab. And then we have Zubba.
Yep, and this will be the end of Cloud Cuckoo Land.
Yeah, one of the quicker levels. And
That's for
the
sure.
only level that you can like full clear in one visit. I guess because it's the last one. So you already like have everything that you would need by now.
So this is another auto-scroller minigame. You have to wait for the timer to run out. Optimal score is 69, you know the drill.
Yep.
Red equals 1, green equals 2, blue equals 3. They
We've seen
really
this
got
before.
lazy with the minigames that late game, I think. And the green or 2 reds. So.
Cool.
Nice.
We got it. It'd be pretty hard to get 69 points on Twinkly Packing though. But, iCup, have you ever gotten 69 on Twinkly Packing?
No.
That's like really high for that minigame, yeah.
Although in the run, we actually get just the required 40 and then fill up
Oh.
on blue eggs.
True, true.
All right, we're nearing the end of the run here. This is the final stretch. We just beat CCL, got everything there, and
Reminder to do Spiral Mountain stuff.
Yep, thank you very much. We just need to do a quick little detour here to get a couple items here in Spiral Mountain. Say hi to our boy Klungo again. It's funny how when you skip the cutscene, he's just chilling there for the whole entire run.
Yeah. So we have this one Jinjo and one Cheetah Page here. I guess you can get these at like many different points in the run, but like this is the last point where you can get it.
This is also just the most convenient, because, you know,
You always have a leftover clockwork, I guess, with this route.
you don't really use that many clockworks in CCL, so you always have extras.
Yeah, and you're always going to get a full refill going into GI.
Yeah. So now we're gonna warp back to Wasteland and then go up to the final section of Isle of Hags here, Quagmire. But before that, since we're warping to Wasteland, we're gonna talk to Jam Jars again real quick to fill up on clockworks.
Our last set of clockworks for the run.
Yeah. We also don't use that many clockworks in GI really, but 10 is,
There's quite a few.
I mean,
there's quite a few important ones, you know. Like ideally, you get each of the tricks involving them first try, so it doesn't add up to that many. But they're very important for this level.
So ultimately, you would skip this silo if you don't need it, but for marathon's sake, I'm gonna grab it because there are a couple things in GI that,
in case you have to like reset and get back to the level.
God forbid that happens, but you never know.
Right.
GI is a pretty tough level.
That's true. All right, we started off with a big trick here. We're gonna freeze this worker enemy, and he's gonna break out of the ice in like a small amount of time. So while he's frozen, we're gonna do a break-in here on this window with the clockwork. There's another clockwork warp. We have to turn the camera around, or else it won't load, the enemy correctly, and like you won't be able to register the hit on Banjo-Kazooie. But we did that. You did that really well.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So yep, perfectly timed the loading zone entrance to switch back to Banjo and Kazooie. And now we're in the factory without doing the whole like train ride thing.
Yeah, casual is just super time consuming. I mean, you saw the train cutscenes earlier. Anything involving the train is just going to take forever.
Alright, now that we're in, we can get to work with these Claw Calambra boots. That's like one of the moves you learn here, and you kind of need it to navigate much of the level. There's a quick jiggy you can get up here. The tin tops. This is another great use of the clockwork. It's just that jiggy's just hanging out in the air. Like I guess it's like meant to like sort of just be tantalizing, but yeah, you can actually just grab it with the clockwork.
Yeah, normally to get that jiggy, you would actually need to come in from the top, the entrance I just broke into there, to that solo band or Banjo-Kazooie together, I think, using claw claimers on the outside there, and then just trigger some tin tops that you need to kill there, but we skip all that with clockwork. That's the motto for this run, we skip all of that with the clockwork.
Pretty much. Alright, getting into floor 2 now. There's another clockwork shot we can do here for Cheeto Page instead of having to come in from the window outside. Just need to aim down a few pixels. Perfect. The height for that one just works out pretty conveniently.
Yeah, you think you need a Tesseract for that one, but you really don't. So you can technically backtrack and get that Ginger with leg spring if you fail that somehow, but
yeah. And this is now all of Solo Kazooie's moves done.
Yep.
I really haven't been getting many bonks. There's only one more move, Silo, left in the game. We just got the one bonk, I think.
Yeah, I want to take 1 damage from these tin tops here.
Yeah, again, setting up death warps all over the place.
Yeah.
We're gonna go over to floor 3 using leg spring. Oh wait, no we're not. I'm so wrong. I'm just thinking of like bingo stuff. This is just opening a pathway for the washing machine later.
Yeah, we set up that, open that gate for later. One of the last jiggies we get in the run. Right there. Then we do some more stuff with Solo K here.
Yeah.
Now that we have leg spring, like all the Solo K moves I'll put together, you get to see some pretty insane movement here.
Yeah, so okay with all moves is like really versatile. You got a lot of height, you got a lot of distance, you can kind of do anything platforming wise. This is not a good camera. Oh, but you got it anyway. Nice.
Yeah, and a quick little glide there to skip fall damage. Use the slope here to get up here, over here to workers' quarters.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see a familiar face from the first game here in the bathroom. Loggo the toilet.
Just need to blow him up, and he'll give us a Cheeto page.
Yeah, you're supposed to use Bill Drill there to like unclog the toilet, but if you stand still and shoot a grenade, it has the same effect. Now we're gonna open the front door with the solo character switches here.
Yeah, we will need to use this entrance at the very least to get one of the batteries, but also to use the warp pad. It's pretty convenient.
Tag that warp now with solo Banjo. It's slightly faster to tag the warp before if you're going to use it later, because there is a little bit of a buffer between you tagging the warp and you being able to use it. Setting up for another death warp here.
This level has a couple of these batteries that you have to plug in. Oh my god, he's really close. Oh my god. I was like, he's never next to the ladder like that.
He's never right there, man.
I wasn't sure what you were going to do about that. Oh my god.
Like I said, night shift. I blame night shift. No, I'm just kidding.
That was just very unusual enemy placement.
Yeah. Yeah, I death warped a little too early, but that's the idea right there. I should have just taken damage on the battery. That's what you're really supposed to do, but the enemy was right there, so I decided to take a hit on him.
You know, I bet he's going to be like all the way. Oh, wait, he's still close.
Yeah, he's still right there.
So unusual.
Now he's running away from me. Oh my god.
Wow.
Get back here.
What a troll battery.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, that's kind of messed
God.
up that like he still hurts you even after you stun him.
Oh my god. It's all falling apart.
Who would have thought a single battery?
A single
would do this
battery
much?
basically killed sub 430. Well, I think this can still sub 430.
No, this guy definitely gets up 430, but at least if I have a good idea of how much time has been lost. But man, that sucks. That's just classic Tooie.
It's good content.
Doing
at
things
least.
that you never expect.
We're still having fun.
Oh my god.
Alright, jump backwards there. I
Yeah.
jumped there to cancel the pack whack, but apparently the battery's just slightly too close.
Wow.
Yeah, time to reset. Can I
I've
get a
never
do-over
seen-
production? No, I'm just kidding.
We're only 4 hours
I'm just
in.
kidding.
So I think we mentioned like way earlier in the run that Pack Whack lets you do double jumps, but yeah, this is like the biggest use case for it, I guess.
Yeah, it skips using a move that we actually learned. It's the last move we learned in the whole run, Snooze Pack. You're supposed to just run across and tank all the damage from the crushers, and then use Snooze Pack to recover your health. But with Pack Whack, we can just jump across the gaps there.
Yeah, and it's like really satisfying because the distance is just perfect.
And we intentionally take damage here to get ready for it. Set up for another Death Warp. How'd you guess it? And we still keep the battery through Death Warps, so we're gonna do some
that's
clever
pretty
movement here with Pack Whack.
Yeah, pretty cool jumps to get on top there.
And then we're gonna release the battery right on top of his hatch. And then during the cutscene of the hatch opening, we just fall right in.
And this is where the final Jam Jars move is. Last chance to bonk, Jam Jars.
Yep. This is the least laggy silo in the game too. Alright, can we get another bonk? No.
Nope. 1 bonk.
Dang.
All right, and remember that oil drill jiggy we never picked up? Well, it's behind this pipe, and there's a little corner, just nicely done. Just kind of rub against that corner, and you clip the loading zone. So now we're in Hillfire Peaks all of a sudden.
Yep, and like I said, you're not supposed to enter different levels as solo characters, so this is actually a huge deal. It's just the fact, the reason why that actually works is just because you're supposed to enter that loading zone as solo Banjo anyway, so it just lets you, even if Kazooie's in Grunty Industries.
Yep. But since we just so happen to be able to come here with solo Banjo, we will chain this together with the other solo Banjo activities in this level, like picking up the, what's his name, Saberman.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the final part of the Saberman. Did I shoot fire eggs at him? I think I did.
Yeah, of course.
I have forgotten to do that before, and that's a huge mistake.
Nah, I remember you shooting.
So now, unfortunately, a thick snow here, it's hard to move around, so we just have to jump through it.
Yeah. Have you ever messed around with like releasing Saberman in the toxic waste pool or something silly like that? Since I guess you could.
Yeah, you probably could do something like that, but I've never really tried mess around with anything like that. Maybe I'll do some of that in the practice room later on in the week or something.
Yeah, I just wonder if you get like some funny dialogue if you release him in the wrong place.
I think if you release them in the wrong place, it's like, oh, this is not my 10.
Yeah.
I'm not getting out.
Or like he won't get out of the backpack if you try.
Yeah, well, you didn't witness an abduction. It was clearly like he let it happen, you know. He just wants to get home and he doesn't want to walk, you know. We all need a helping hand sometimes.
Just being chauffeured, you know.
Yeah.
All right, and now HFP is full cleared. So also, oh no, not JRL technically, not yet.
No.
But HFP, yes.
Yeah, we are gonna get one more Jiggy and JRL through GI here, but first we gotta do the solo K section to get up to the roof.
Yeah, this section is really cool. So the clock climbers here just take us up to the treble clef, but you can use leg spring from there to get to a window. Right on the edge there, and then wing whack the window open. Cool. And now we have instant roof access.
You're normally supposed to walk all the way up to 4th floor and then hit a switch to get the flight pads.
Yeah. Yeah, there are like other flight pads you're meant to spawn, but you don't need them.
Then we beak bomb into the wall there while we tag the warp to yet again set up another death warp. And then after the Jiggy, we just fall right on that enemy to quickly death warp.
Yeah. Now we're ready to warp. No, we're not. We're ready to do the toxic waste jiggies. Another couple of big tricks here.
We get a Jinjo, and I think we end up getting 3 Jiggies because Pig Pool and the 2 toxic waste. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, these it's funny how many items in this game are just like behind a thin wall and you can use egg barges to get to them.
Yeah, and that skips a lot too because you're normally supposed to swim through a pipe in JRL for that Jinjo.
Yeah. There's another gold feather dive, but this time we'll also use Talon Torpedo to like force Banjo-Kazooie to be able to swim under this toxic water without being launched out. And then this Jiggy also has a trick to grab it through the wall. You just have to like swim at it in a certain way. It's a little tricky. You have to be like the right distance away from the wall when you start swimming. There we go.
Yeah, you have to like collect the Jiggy as you're doing another like breaststroke in the water so that you get that burst of speed to get through, extend your hitbox.
Another Jiggy that we can just grab through a wall. Even though the switch is right there, it's still faster to do it this way.
Well, that's a solo Banjo switch anyways.
But it works as BK.
Oh yeah,
Did you
it does.
know?
Kind of forgot that little information there. It's kind of dark screen, so I'm gonna use fire eggs for this to test for this shot.
Yeah, this is another parallel clockwork shot. Oh, I don't know about that one.
One of them worked.
That looks good.
Alright.
Cool. And that finishes the pig pool jiggy.
And I think that's the last jiggy where we have to enter multiple levels just to get the jiggy. So never mind, we actually get 4 jiggies because we finished the brown Jinjo family, that's right. A lot happens in Toxic Waste.
Yeah. That's why it's one of the like most valuable DCW destinations in Bingo.
Yeah, definitely.
Has some really
Cool bit of
good
movement here. I can hold back to land back on that platform and then jump to get back up here instead of going all the way around.
Yeah, another big clockwork warp coming up for quality control. In a bit, we have to go up here first.
First, we have to go down here, shoot out this window, and unscrew a platform here for the washing machine that we're going to use later.
I'm really glad that my, like, you know, not perfect memory of what's coming up next is not making you forget things.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I got this.
You know the route better than
I've
I
been
do.
running this category since 2016. You're gonna have to try harder than that to make me.
And you've done a full run like 3 times, 4 times this week.
Yeah, every day this week. So was this day 5 or something?
Yeah, I'm not trying to make you forget anything.
You're doing great, man. I really appreciate you for staying up all night and helping me out here.
No problem, not at all.
Been a really big help. Late night crew is the best crew, in my opinion. These are my boys right here. Woo!
We keep the marathon running 24/7. Honeycomb. Maybe
Honeycomb,
second to last honeycomb in the game. Yeah, okay.
And we get 24, that's correct.
That's correct, yeah. SHM reminding us to get the honeycomb in the box, right? So that'll be the 25th honeycomb.
But he didn't tell me which box, so I'm going to have to try all of them.
We're just going to have to hope that we find the right one. All right, this is the clockwork warp. Another one of those, you know, line up with the crack in the wall or the side of the door. That's not great. That's better.
That's a really big crack.
Grenade, Talon, C up, clockwork.
Perfect. So this is another really big potential mistake I can make.
This is a focus moment for sure.
It's not that hard, but if I hit a green barrel here, I have to instantly reset the console and run all the way back here. So it's one of the reasons why I tagged the Quagmire silo. It's always 7 green barrels and then a blue barrel, so I'm just counting the 7 every time here.
Two more. Perfect. All right.
Yeah, those last two
No
were
green
definitely the
barrel.
most clutch.
Okay, that's always a relief.
I have lost 100% runs at green barreling there, and it's the most heartbreaking thing to ever happen to anyone.
Little platforming on the fan there.
Yeah,
I guess you're a fan of that strat, huh?
yeah, it's a pretty big. I'm a pretty big fan of that. Oh,
Oh no.
I got plenty of health. That's fine.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
I have to be a little bit more careful in clinkers, but there is a honeycomb I can get up there.
Yeah. You'll notice that we're like walking through some door frames in and out of that area because you're not meant to, like, you know, we warped into it, so kind of going backward through the door. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're kind of going backwards through here, and you know, it saves a lot of time. Normally, you're supposed to bring a battery all the way up here, and then EMP the crushers as a mumbo to deactivate them and get past them the normal way, and it's just a lot of bull crap that we just skip with the clockwork.
Speaking of bull crap, it's clinkers.
Literal bull crap. Well, I don't know
Best
if it came from a gold,
FPS.
but
No, maybe not, but who knows.
yeah, this is the last GoldenEye section of the run.
And the coolest one, in my opinion.
Yeah, if I actually get this like pretty good like I am now, it's pretty.
Uh-oh.
Never mind.
Spoke
Never mind,
too
it
soon.
sucks now. I'm just kidding.
It's so easy to get stuck on enemies and corners and everything. Like,
Yeah.
the tin tops in here can be really bad, too, in the later half.
Yeah, for the first few, we shoot them with blue eggs because they're right there, but for the rest of them, we shoot them with grenades because when
Cool.
the grenades explodes, like it extends our hitbox, and we don't need to. Oh, I didn't
Oops.
want to fall there.
You know the backup route from here?
No, I don't.
I don't entirely know it either. Oh, well, there's
Alright.
one. Oh,
Oh
nice
my god, I
shot.
actually got that one.
Wow, that was kind of a sick backup shot.
Yeah, I actually didn't even have a backup there. That just happened to really work out nicely there.
Nice. You only lost like 4 seconds or something?
Yeah, that was actually really clutch. And we exit out normally, and then. So now we want to get back to the roof. Oh, we want to collect the Jiggy first. We kind of, this is 100%. We kind of need all the Jiggies in the game, so we actually have to grab that Jiggy there.
Yep.
So say goodbye to GoldenEye and James Bond. We'll miss you. Then we hit the crusher switch from behind to skip the whole Mundo section of turning off the crushers.
Yep. We're just really getting to the nearest warp pad. I don't think you need to go to floor 4 anymore after this point.
We only warp up to the roof to get this Jinjuro up here.
Yeah, one more egg barge. Perfect. And then we'll do a little jump around the corner to the other fire escape. And that takes us to floor 3.
Yep.
We gotta find the right box. Where
Yeah,
could it
say
be?
Jim didn't tell me what box he should donate again another like $25 or so just to tell me what box it is right now.
I
know he's
agree.
sleeping right now, but come on, help a brother out.
That was really close.
Yeah, it's slightly faster than fluttering. 25 honeycombs. That's all the honeycombs in the game. We're close to the end. Land on that box and then slide to skip taking fall damage there.
Alright. We got a little more battery quest. And then this is the home stretch.
I'm scared of batteries now.
I don't blame you. I'm always a little scared of the batteries, actually. Like, I know that they could hurt you. I didn't know that they could also hurt you after you stun them, though. That was a shocker.
Yeah, if you even if you stun them, you can jump and the top of them can still hurt you. So we take this battery on the 3rd floor, warp it down to the 2nd floor, and use it to open this electromagnetic chamber here. And it just so happens that we're right next to another battery, so we're gonna grab that, go down there, grab that battery real quick. Then death warp to bring it back up to floor 3, and use that to open the twinkly packaging minigame. Alright, take damage.
Good.
Get in there.
Alright. Clean.
Clean. Can get some cleans in chat. Unfortunately, this is the fastest death warp, even though it's a pretty long animation. Banjo's double jumps, well, besides that, we can have some pretty quick movement on these boxes. None of these have the honeycomb. I'm still looking for that, by the way. And the boiler, the twinkly packaging minigame is right here in the boiler plan. And then we release battery right in the sparkles here, so we can immediately switch to Solo Kazooie. And since Solo Kazooie has leg spring, we can just bring her up here real quick.
Oh yeah, and one glow up here as well. Right on the way to packing room. And one more Jinjo also.
And that's actually the last Globo of the run. We have 5 remaining, which means we got all of them.
Perfect. can use glide here to sort of extend the range of this. That's the Jinjo family completed.
Yep, we still have one more Jinjo to run. 86 Jiggies, that's correct.
It's our last red, blue, green minigame.
Yeah, like I keep alluding to, we're gonna get the required 40 and then...
Whoa, look at all
Wow,
this blues.
lots of blues here. Okay, wow!
You could maybe go for 69.
Yeah, let's go for 69 packing game. Let's go. How many eggs do I have? Oh, I can't check. I think I got enough. Let's go for it. For the fans, let's go.
I mean, if the game's gonna give you that many...
Yeah, I mean, I
Blues
never
right off
get
the
that
bat.
many blues. That was insane. I don't think I've ever gotten 60.
Nah, I don't even know what the high score is.
I mean, I'm at 47 right
It's
now.
still gonna be hard to make it.
Yeah, I mean, they keep disappearing right in front of me. I don't think I'm gonna get it.
52, 4, 56. No, I don't think so. 58, 9. We're 10 away. Nah. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
It's way too difficult to try.
I can just
that.
reset and try
61
again,
is
right?
pretty darn solid. But you have a lot of blue eggs, yeah. That's definitely higher than I ever see on this mini game.
Yeah, I'd never get 6 blues right at the beginning there. That was insane. So we're really in the home stretch of the run here. We have about 10 and a half minutes left. This second to last split of the run here is kind of a little sleepy time. We're gonna unscrew these platform here for Mumbo. Then we're gonna run back up to Mumbo, do all that stuff.
Yeah, we have a lot of
Lots of cutscenes.
back and forth between Mumbo and Wumba here.
Oh, hello. Okay then, just stay alive then. Oh.
Oh, good thing we have grip grab.
Man. Only on the night shift. So, it looks like you need 3 jumps there, but you actually only need 2. Neat little optimization there. Alright, this is the final
Need
time we're
Mumbo's
gonna
help
use
one more
Mumbo.
time.
Not much to commentate here. We're
No,
just
there's
running
not
to the
much.
Mumbo pad.
Okay, so basically we've gotta open up the Weldar door, which is this convoluted thing of taking Mumbo to the room that we opened with the battery to turn on a magnet just so that the washing machine can step on a switch. I don't get how that works, but that's how it is.
Well, hey, like I said to Nernicus, we don't ask questions
We
here.
don't ask questions, you're right. What happens if you come in here with the washing machine first?
I think it just doesn't let you step on the button.
Is it because the magnet is attracting the
Oh,
washing
yeah,
machine to the other side of the
Duh,
room?
yeah, the giant magnet just pulls you in, and you can't get to the switch. I guess that's another skip someone can find, if you can actually find a way to make it to the other side of that room and press that switch without doing the magnet. That would save a lot.
That'd be interesting.
That would be, yeah, I don't know how the hell you would do that, because the washing machine's movement is very limited.
We are timed for this section, but it's like a joke of a timer.
Yeah, it pauses at every loading zone. It's as speedrunners will get there with like 60 seconds remaining. It's kind of a joke, but as a casual player, if you're just trying to run around and figure out what to do, you're probably not going to use the warp pads, and this actually is kind of a tight timer. But with the warp pads, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, it's a lot of like moving for 2 seconds and then waiting and then moving for 2 seconds.
And this is in the last like 10 minutes of the run too, so you're just trying to hang in there. The last minute of the run, as you'll see, is actually pretty intense.
Yeah.
So you have like 9 minutes of this, which is basically just cutscenes, and then you have the last minute, which is like crazy.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of movement in this split. We gotta find all the bunnies and clean their overalls.
Yeah.
And the washing machine actually moves really fast. It's like one of the faster transformations.
So now we press the switch and it opens the door to the repair depot. And that's the room where Weldar, the boss for this level, is, but hopefully we're gonna skip him. It's actually that little cutscene there gave a teaser of the spinning metal pipe, the real final boss of this run.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to jump across that pipe while it's spinning to get the final cheetah page and the final quick hold to run. But first, we need to run around at the washing machine and clean up some workers' clothes. It's one of the last triggies we get in the run. Excuse me.
There are 6 workers, right?
Right. There's 2 on floor 2. Well, there's 1 outside here, the 1 on floor 2.
Maybe
there's
only
2 on floor 1, and then the 1 on floor 5, 1 on floor 3. So yeah. There's 6. We start with the 1 outside here. We want to end on the 1 in the boiler room because it's a little far out of the way, and then there's an enemy we can death warp on there.
I just love the squeaky sounds of the washing machine.
That's
Fantastic
good
design.
ambient noise. 'Cause, I mean, if you really were rolling around the washing machine, it probably would make noise like that.
Yeah.
Although, I don't think there are any washing machines that are actually on the wheels.
This gate we opened earlier with Solo Kazooie, so we could get to this one.
But somehow the worker's just chilling right here. I don't know how he got up here.
He's working.
Oh yeah, that's true. And I don't know why they've just figured like, oh, my clothes are dirty. I'm just gonna stand in this one spot and wait for a sentient washing machine to come wash my clothes for me.
Well, it worked for them, didn't it?
Oh yeah. You guys should try that in IRL. So we go to floor 5 here first. We're gonna use a damage boost to get the Jinjo right there. We're gonna activate the tin tops on our way to the worker here. And hopefully by the time this cutscene ends, the tin tops will be like right next to Jinjo and we can quickly damage boost up there. No. Where are they?
What? Where is? They didn't want to come near you at all.
Yeah, they're.
A bit
Yeah, usually they're
unfortunate
right there, but that was a little weird. That's the final Jinjo of the run.
Yeah. You can see we only have 2.
Wrapping up
Jiggies
pretty
left.
quickly here.
Wait. Yeah. Heading down back to the workers' quarters.
Yeah.
1 bunny down here.
Just going
Take
through the
some more
motions
damage
here. We're almost at the end part.
I like the wallpaper here. The Mumbo wallpaper.
And Mumbo wallpaper, and there's a Humba Wumba painting, and there's actually a secret room behind that Humba Wumba painting that has feathers. And I think egg nests too.
Neat.
We don't need any of that. So going up to the 3rd floor for the final worker.
Yep. Need to take a lot of damage still, I think.
Yeah. I try to take as much
know-
damage from the tin tops as possible because, as you can see there, the washing machine kind of spins around and it takes a while to take damage.
All right.
89 jiggies, that's correct. Now we're just gonna death warp off this worker, and we're at the final minute of the run here. The run's gonna end here pretty soon, so.
Yeah, we just got 1 Jiggy, 1 Cheeto page left to go.
Yep. Hopefully I don't mess up.
Good luck. You got this.
Yeah, like I said, on CRT it's a little easier because there's no input delay. So yeah, time's gonna end upon collecting the final Cheetah page, and then after that I have to check totals real quick to make sure I didn't forget anything. But looks like I didn't.
Yeah, I've been kind of watching like the totals of each collectible. Everything looks good. You definitely got all the honeycombs and all the jiggies, obviously.
So the last Jiggy here, it's another parallel clockwork shot. This one can be a little precise.
Yep. Looks like you got all the notes as well. You will when you get to the other side of this room. Yeah, one last clockwork clip through the wall here. This actually lets you skip the Weldar fight itself.
That was very
Beautiful.
good.
That was really fast. All right, Cheeto page. That's all we need in these
All right,
5
the real
notes.
final boss, the spinning metal pipe. All 900 notes, good.
Looking good, man.
And then,
Whoa,
I
whoa, whoa.
almost fell there.
Okay, let's
Okay.
not fall. on the
Time's
other
gonna
room
be
either.
on collecting this Cheeto page, hopefully if I make it across this pipe. And that's time.
GG.
Now let's view totals real quick, make sure I didn't forget anything. Hold, hold, hold. Hey, that's everything.
Woo!
Woo!
Let's go, iCub.
All right,
Sub 430, clutched it out.
4:28:41. That's exactly 3 minutes off my PB. That's very good for a run of this length at a marathon.
Fantastic.
I'm very impressed, especially with all the bull crap that happened with that battery. I mean, this was a very solid run.
Yeah, that was clean. That was
Yeah.
really nice.
I'm glad the late night crew on chat joined. I got a late night crew IRL now. And yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone at Pace for inviting me to come do the full 100% run for this game. First time at a live event. Hopefully everyone learned something new about this game and enjoyed the run. And yeah, I'm tired as hell because it's 5:30 in the morning, but yeah, enjoy the rest of the event, folks. I'll see you guys there.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone.
Yeah, thank you
We've
for
got
watching.
more runs coming up. It's nonstop until end of Saturday or Sunday or something.
Yeah, I think we have a PVZ Garden Warfare after this. That's pretty cool.
Cool.
All right. Thank you. That's it for me.